Ancient history is not what we've been told, and the world we live in is much more supernatural than modern science will have us believe. Today we're going to learn the truth about angels and demons and the beings that the Bible calls the Nephilim. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the show. This is the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, Tudor Alexander. Thanks so much for joining me today. If you haven't yet, make sure that you go watch those previous episodes in this series because we are continuing in our I was going to say end time series. Actually, it is really related to the end times what we're talking about today, which is very important. That's why I decided to create this episode. But we are continuing with our afterlife series. So make sure that you watch the previous episodes in this series because we create the foundation for the rest of this series. Everything that we're going to be talking about going forward, which we're going to get into some deeper stuff, some more nuanced things like hell, out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, verses supposedly about heaven, reincarnation, all these different things, really, they require a solid foundation. And most people do not put focus on building their foundation in anything in life, let alone theology. So go and watch those previous episodes, the first 3 or 4, really number 4 too as well. When we talk about the tripartite deception is all very, very important. Today is kind of like a fun episode. We are kind of in the middle because the next several episodes after this one will be focused on hell and understanding what the Bible actually says about hell. And that's going to be a very important segment of this series. But today is kind of like an inflection point. We've set up the basis for what the people who wrote the Bible believed about the soul. And now we're exploring this topic of angels and demons in the spirit world and the Nephilim, which is a very, very popular topic. Of course, it's very sensationalized too, but it's very popular. Probably one of the most popular topics out there, but it also has a lot of misinformation. And that's why I decided to make this as one of the main episodes in this series. Now, if you don't know what the Nephilim are, if you're just finding out about that, then my goal is to edify you today with the truth so that you can walk the narrow road. If you do know, then my goal is to also edify you with the truth so that you do not get deceived. Because as you will learn in this episode, there is truth to whatever the Nephilim were or are even. However, there is a lot of deception. And as usual, it's designed with a purpose to take you away from Christ, to take you away from the gospel, to take you away from edifying yourself with things that actually matter, like understanding the end times, understanding the gospel and salvation, understanding other important doctrines like the Sabbath, like cosmology, like the afterlife, understanding all these things. It's just another deception. So we want to make sure that we get it right because the Nephilim are connected to the spirit realm, to angels, fallen angels, demons. And so we want to understand, well, how can we really walk the narrow road here biblically and not get deceived by all these false narratives? Now, why is this relevant? It's actually very relevant, but what triggered me a couple weeks ago or whatever it was to really put this together, it's like, oh man, I really should make a Nephilim episode on my Afterlife series. I didn't plan to originally, but it just kind of came up as usual how these things happen. God brings something to your door and it reminds you to do something with it. I saw an episode by a man named Nelson Waters, if you know who that is. He's very popular in I almost say new age, but pretty much, the new thing, right? The end times deception, the Great Delusion. He's very popular in that. He has a ton of videos. People love his stuff. Charming. He's doing, events now across the country and spreading deception. And I don't know if he's an agent or if he's just really deceived by the beast and its lies. But either way, he's spreading a lot of deception. And one of the videos that he recently put up was something that the Nephilim is going to return in the end times. And it's going to be, a lot of people have bought into this idea that the Nephilim will return, that maybe the jib-jab has some sort of DNA, transhumanism that's going to put Nephilim DNA in you and you're going to lose your salvation. I mean, there's just so many threads with this that I'm like, people are obsessed with Nephilim bloodlines, how the Nephilim relate to secret societies and the occult and all this type of stuff. So we want to make sure we get this right. Now, a quick survey of examples to show you what I mean. This is something you can look for yourself online. They're very out in the open now, which also should tell you something. But if you type in Rothschild head Nephilim, of course, everybody's got all kinds of theories about like the Rothschilds, and they compare, like the elongated skulls that they've seen, like in these ancient cultures with the Rothschilds, how they have these elongated skulls because they have Nephilim blood. Normal heads are round, but, these people have elongated heads, and the aliens, of course, are just fallen angels, and that means that they procreated with mankind. Like, look at this one. This one is pretty extreme, actually. I mean, it is kind of strange. You can't really see it, but very elongated head. It's one of the Rothschilds. I forget who it is, but anyway, you have these types of things. You have, for example, on YouTube, if you type in just Nephilim, and there's just so much of this stuff, like all these shorts, like the Nephilim, Great Flood, 1.7 million views, 1.4 million, 2.4 million views. All these things on the Nephilim. Everybody's all about and this guy too, I've seen him a lot. This guy loves the Book of Enoch. All the fairy tales that people talk about, the non-human entities with giant, this and that. So there's a lot of this stuff going on in the public sphere. This is BitChute. The Nephilim look like clowns, whatever. Satan's location exposed, fallen angels, Nephilim, demons explored in detail. People love this kind of stuff, man, and it's easy to get lost in mythology. And that'll be a main theme for today that you'll learn. This is Rumble, Nephilim this, Nephilim that. So ultimately what we want to do is make sure that we understand this. We understand what's true, and we understand what isn't true, because it's a very seductive thing, right? So when something's that seductive, you should have a red flag moment and say, oh, wait a minute. Something is trying to pull at my attention. There's something here that I need to reconcile. And that's what we're going to do today. I'm going to give you an abundance of evidence, biblically and historically, to, again, help you walk the narrow road on this topic, because a lot of people are deceived. Now, what are the various threads that are going on with this? Well, there's a few, and they all kind of tie into this just new, it's not really new, it's an old mystery religion type of situation. You have people getting lost with all these AI-generated videos like I just showed you on YouTube. Instead of really preaching the gospel, instead of learning, about typology in the Bible, how it points to Christ and all these things. So you have that whole thing, especially again with the AI. I mean, look, guilty as charged. I used an AI to generate the cover of this video, so I'm not accusing anybody, but ultimately, AI has only proliferated fairy tales because it can just bring life to everything that you type in. Now, in all fairness, I really tried to find a picture of a good Nephilim situation, but there were none. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll just get AI to do it. It's easier. But people are using these types of things to really create the bulk of their content rather than focusing on the gospel. It really appeals to the lust of the eyes, the desire for, fairy tales and myths that we were warned about, like in 2 Timothy 4, verse 3. False prophets, false teachers that we were warned about also throughout the Bible. So these things are only falling in line with the end times. It also ties into angelology, if you know what that is, or, kind of the study of angel, or really kind of the worship of angels, really. Orthodoxy is very guilty about this. They love their various angels and their saints. Catholicism, the New Age also. This is why I'm telling you, this is all part of the new thing, which is really the old thing, but it's just coming to light now. The new thing, the New Age is all about like Metatron and Archangel Michael and Archangel this, Archangel that. So it's just kind of this subtle idolatry, really, is what it is. You also have the ancient alien agenda, which is a whole nother can of worms if you know anything about that. But that is pushing from a false cosmology perspective to get you to think about Anunnaki, Nibiru, planet seeding, like the movie Prometheus, which, if you've seen it, these things are very seductive. I love that movie when I didn't know the truth about the earth and the cosmology we live in. It was so tantalizing, but it's all just deception, designed to move you away from the truth. There's also the Tartaria psyop. Now, gosh, so many cans of worms that the Nephilim is like a fulcrum for all these things. It's truly profound. But Tartaria, if you don't know anything about that, just a really brief rundown. Tartaria is this concept of this ancient civilization, usually pre-flood, although some people also include it in, post-flood. It's based on a lot of conjecture. It's based on some truth in the fact that the history that we have is not, the history that actually happened. I'm not saying everything is a lie, but history is written by the winners. And ultimately, there are a lot of lies about history. So that's true. Then you see all these, strange inconsistencies architecturally. So there's something there for sure. But where they take it ultimately, and I'm not going to talk too much about this because this is just a huge can of worms. But if you know about Tartaria, then you know what I say when I say that it is ultimately a psyop designed to glorify the New World Order, to glorify the Golden Age, which is coming. It's coming, folks. But the Tartaria thing is roping in the New Agers who love to hunt for secret knowledge and Gnosticism and, all this kind of stuff, rather than just trusting the Word of God. So it's roping in the New Agers into this idea that, man, we got to go back to, free energy and all this glorious architecture that we were back when the world was before the Dark Ages, all this stuff. So basically, it's a false duality of dark versus light, when really the Bible tells you that God judged the antediluvian world. Probably it was very advanced. Probably, you had places like Atlantis that had, from everything I've read and looked into, these Nephilim that were demigods, that were worshipped as demigods. They were ruling and they were, doing the work of their principality, masters. Yeah, it was probably a new world order of sorts. And ever since that flood, Satan has tried to create that again. He tried with the Tower of Babel, then God disrupted the languages. He tried with the various world empires, but then God judged each empire with another empire. And of course, he's going to judge everything when he returns. And so the devil has tried to have a new world order since the beginning. He was successful to some degree before the flood. And you're going to find out how that was successful. It was partly through these Nephilim that really kind of helped to seize control of humanity. Now, humanity was also corrupt as well, so everything just had to die. But the devil will also be successful at the end of time in creating a new world order. That's what the Bible tells you. The kings of the earth will give their power to the woman riding the beast. They're going to give their power to this system, which is going to be a Christian nationalist system. The world will marvel after the beast. Revelation 13. The second beast, the image of the beast is going to enforce the mark. That's also Revelation 13. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. God will send them great delusion. By all the power and working of Satan, people are going to be deceived. And so all these things really point to this future New World Golden Age. And the Tartaria thing, which draws on Nephilim mythology, is designed to deceive you by giving you some truth. There's some tantalizing historical evidence. But ultimately, it's also been debunked by other people as well. There are people who've really looked into these things and said, these claims aren't as fantastical as they seem. Again, this is another can of worms, and I'm not going to get too much into it, but ultimately realize there's always a narrow road. And the Tartaria thing glorifies the New World Order in the past because the New World Order that's coming is using that to rope people into it. So ultimately, this just takes away your focus from the things that matter. 2 Timothy 4 verse 3, which I quoted earlier, or mentioned earlier, says, "For the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching, but having itching ears, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, and will turn away from listening to the truth and wander off into myths." Now, does that apply to our current generation? Of course it does. It's only getting worse because of, again, like AI and all these types of things. So today we want to learn how to disregard fairy tales, while also being honest with the evidence, because there is evidence and it's very interesting, but nonetheless, walk the narrow road. As I like to say, eat the meat and spit out the bones. Now, before we get started, make sure you subscribe and you like and you leave a comment about what you thought about today's episode. Every subscribe will recruit a Fennec fox to protect your house from snakes. So make sure you do that. So what are the Nephilim? What are the Nephilim? Well, if we use just the Bible to define what the Nephilim are, we don't have a lot of clues, but we have enough. The primary verse for this is found in Genesis 6, verses 1 through 4. This is increasing corruption on the earth. When man began to multiply on the face of the land and the daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw the daughters of man were attractive, and they took as their wives any that they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh, his days shall be 120 years. Now, this doesn't mean that the lifespan will be 120 years. It means that God is saying, in 120 years, I'm going to destroy this thing. So he's giving a prophecy. Genesis 6, verse 4, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown. So this is what we get from Genesis 6. It's not a lot, and the Nephilim are mentioned later, which we'll look at. But the primary debate is this. Who do we mean by the sons of God? Because that term is used in different ways contextually throughout the Bible. It could mean angels, right? It could mean heavenly beings of some kind. It could mean rulers, like kings or judges, right? So it could be either or. And this is where the debate around this really centers. Now, I'm going to give you some evidence why it can't be number one, meaning the rulers, as in regular people or kings or judges. Now, it is true that the sons of God, this phrase sons of God or Elohim, is used for a lot of different things, even God actually. Elohim is even used for God, as in the God, Yahweh. But it's all about context, as usual. Context is what matters. So if we read this in context, it cannot be number one, meaning it cannot be rulers or judges or regular people, human beings. It is rather pointing to the reality that somehow angelic beings, supernatural beings, came down to earth, took wives, impregnated them, and had children that were supernatural. Now that sounds pretty crazy, doesn't it? But this is what the Bible testifies, and I can prove it to you, and I can prove it also to you with history as well, historical evidence. So why can't it be rulers? Well, one immediate piece of context is that there's parallelism. If you understand that Hebrew parallelism is a very important tool in the Bible. When you're reading in context and there is a parallel being done between two things, that is very, very important because it gives you a clue as to what one of those things means. So there's a parallelism between sons of God and daughters of men. So for example, when it says in verse 4, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and after, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man. Now the word here for man is, if I can find it here in the KJV plus. Let's see, where is it at? Sons of God, daughters of men. The word here is actually Adam, which is the word for mankind. Now that's an interesting point because, again, why make that distinction? If the sons of God, even though if they're judges or kings or, people of authority, why make the distinction between sons of God and the daughters of mankind, as in like human daughters? That doesn't make sense if we're talking about both of these groups are human beings. Is my point becoming clear in the sense that if they're both human beings, there's no sense in making the distinction daughters of mankind. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Now, we also know that there's a supernatural outcome. In Genesis 6:4, the union of these two groups, the sons of God and the daughters of man, result in the Nephilim, another group of people that are outlined from everybody else. Well, what's the descriptor about these people? What makes them so special? Well, these were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown, meaning they were well known. These people were maybe worshipped as demigods. So this is a direct result of this union. So it was a very special union. And that's something that again suggests that this is not just two groups of human beings, but rather something different. This is not an allegory. It's not a metaphor. It's not symbolic. It's not poetic. It's not an exaggeration. It's just a matter-of-fact statement telling you that two groups of people, one of them being from mankind and the other one being some sort of angelic group, resulted in a third group that was the men of renown, that were very well known. Again, the Bible doesn't tell you much, but another clue is that in the verses following after, and again, the Bible doesn't give you much, and that's for a reason, because it doesn't want you getting lost in mythologies, but it gives you enough so that you understand this world is not heliocentric, let's put it that way, and that you understand this world is more supernatural than science has you believe. There's a very important purpose why the Bible does reveal to you that there were giants, and it has to do with God's power, which we'll touch on in a bit. But after these verses 1 through 4, in Genesis 5 through 6, it says the following. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. So if you had any doubt about the evil of the New World Order in the past, then the Bible leaves you with no room for doubt. Verse 6, and the Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. So God was very grieved by the evil that had taken over the earth. And of course, this had to happen for the plan of salvation to move forward, because the flood was a type and shadow for the final judgment. It also showed that people were saved by being in a relationship with God, like Noah and the ark. So there were many important things that had to happen. But nonetheless, God was grieved. God was grieved by the evil. And why that's important is because so Genesis 6 just described to you the Nephilim. They were the mighty men of old. They were the men of renown. Okay, well, what's the next thing right after that? Well, it tells you that there was so much evil on the earth that God was grieved and had to destroy everything. So put one and one together. That means that the Nephilim, the group that is the mighty men of renown, were also part of this very incredible evil situation on the earth. More evil than probably it's ever been. Of course, the earth has always been evil since the fall, but the evil that was before the flood was just horrendous. Of course, we have extra biblical texts like the Book of Enoch that tell of all kinds of horrendous things that supposedly these beings did, but the Bible just tells you simply the Nephilim came about, they were mighty men of renown, and then the very next thing tells you that there was just pure evil on the earth. So this gives us the implication that these unions between the sons of God and the daughters of mankind, which led to the Nephilim, led to massive corruption on the earth. So that's an important point. So if we can find evidence of giants in the Bible to confirm our hypothesis here that we've created through Genesis 6, that these unions did lead to supernatural situations and it created massive corruption on the earth, then we will be sure of number two, which is number two of the two options is that these were supernatural beings. So we're also going to look at some historical evidence as well. Now, giants in the Bible. In Deuteronomy 3, verse 11, we read about Og. For only Og, the king of Bashan, was left of the remnant of the Rephaim. Remember this word. Behold, his bed was a bed of iron. Is it not in Rabbah of the Ammonites? Also an important group of people. 9 cubits was its length, and 4 cubits its breadth, according to the common cubit. Now, the common cubit, based on various, assumptions on historical evidence and things like that, based on that, the measurements given for this person's bed was 15 feet by 7.5 feet. So basically double the size of like a normal bed, probably even more than that. Huge, huge bed. Now, again, if you are just a regular person, why would you need a bed that's 15 by 7.5? That doesn't make any sense. But Og is from the Rephaim. So he's from a group of people called the Rephaim, which is very important to understand. Now, earlier in Deuteronomy, it says this. This is chapter 2, verse 9 through 11. And the Lord said to me, do not harass Moab or contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of their land for possession, because I have given Ar to the people of Lot for a possession. The Emim formerly lived there, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim. Okay, so now we're getting some more people here, Emim, Anakim, that are also seems to be tall and great. Like, this is verse 11, like the Anakim, they are also counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Emim. So now we have different names for the same thing. The people that they saw, the Emim, are great and many, and they're very tall, like the Anakim. Like the Anakim, they're also part of the Rephaim. So the Rephaim is now the kind of the higher up on the family tree, if you understand, which leads to all these different people groups. So the Rephaim includes the Anakim, the Emim, because the Emim are pretty much called this by the same name, and of course the Rephaim. So this is a very important point because now we have a connection between Rephaim, Anakim, and Emim. And we know that Og's bed, who was a part of the Rephaim, his bed was huge, 15 feet by 7.5 feet approximately, give or take maybe a few inches, who knows. But now we have a couple of things to look at. Now, in Numbers 13, verses 32 through 33, we have another very important connection. 32. So they brought to the people of Israel a bad report of the land and that they had spied out, saying, the land through which we have gone out to spy is a land that devours its inhabitants. And all the people we saw in it are of great height. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come from the Nephilim. And we seemed to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seemed to them. So this is the bad report that the scouts brought back, which of course, God, again, we touched on this previously, where there's a reason why giants are revealed to you in the Bible, and it has to do with pointing to God's power and sovereignty. One of the first displays of that is this bad report, where they go and spy out the land and they see the sons of Anak. Now, Im in Hebrew just denotes plural. So previously when we looked in Deuteronomy and it said Anakim, Anakim is really just the people of Anak. Anak was a giant. And it says so here, who came from the Nephilim. Anak was a Nephilim. Do you understand? Anak was a Nephilim. The people that were associated to Anak, who were also giants, were the Anakim. And of course, the Anakim, the Emim, the Rephaim, there's all the same people talked about. They're all lineages from the Nephilim. And you'll see more and more as we go. But these people saw that they were of great height, that they felt like grasshoppers, which again, this is not like poetic. Do you know what I mean? Like if the average height of the Israelite was maybe 5 feet or something like that. I think that was the average back then, 5 feet, maybe 5.5 feet. And these people were like 6 foot tall or 6'6" maybe, which is unlikely because people were very malnourished back then. And so they didn't grow very tall. But let's say they were 6 foot tall. They would not say that we felt like grasshoppers. Do you understand? Like, that's very intentional. They're not saying we felt like grasshoppers because they were just a little bit taller. They felt like grasshopper because these beings were very much taller. And you'll see, again, Og was what? His bed was 15 feet tall, or long, I guess, by 7.5 feet. So Og was probably around anywhere between 10 to maybe 14 feet tall, which indeed would make you feel like a grasshopper if you were there. And of course, they devoured its inhabitants, meaning, you know, these people were going to kill you and they're going to overpower you. And what's the point? Well, that was the point, to show that God could trump anything. Do you get it? God knew that there were giants there, and it was a test of faith, and they failed the test. Paul talks about this in, or I don't know if Paul wrote Hebrews, but the author of Hebrews talks about this, how they basically grieved his spirit. They rebelled in the desert many times, And this is one of the examples where they didn't trust that God could deliver them from these enormous enemies. So this is all very important because it does tie to, again, the power of God, but these people were giants. They were truly existing. So in Genesis 6:4, we know that the offspring that came from this original union between the sons of God and the daughters of men was the Nephilim. They were the mighty men. And of course, they're very much associated to evil and corruption. Now, later in the Old Testament, we see in Deuteronomy and Numbers that these Anakim, Rephaim, Emim, all these different tribes were actually giants. They're very large people. So there's a direct connection now between the Anakim, which were the Emim, and were part of the Rephaim, and the Nephilim. Do you understand? This is a direct connection, and that's very important. Now, I want you to compare this to Amos 2, verses 9 through 10, where it says, "Yet it was I," this is God speaking now, "Yet it was I who destroyed the Amorite before them, whose height was like the height of the cedars, and who was as strong as the oaks. I destroyed his fruit above and his roots beneath. Also, it was I who brought you up out of the land of Egypt and who led you 40 years in the wilderness to possess the land of the Amorites." So you have these other tribes, the Amorites, who are identified as giants. Why? Because, as you'll soon see, these giants existed even after the flood somehow. And a lot of these pagan tribes had giants in them, probably as demigods, probably as military commanders like Goliath, to conquer other tribes. And so this was the, modus operandi. This was the world network of the time. And God was revealing his strength and power by conquering these foes, these giants. Now, the second part in Amos verse, chapter 2, verse 9, where he says, "I destroyed his fruit above and his roots beneath," that's obviously a poetic, phrase. However, it is very interesting that the first part of the phrase, which is they were like the height of the cedars and who was strong as the oaks, that's a very direct, I would say, pointing to the fact that this is another one of these tribes of giants that were very tall, that God was showing his power over because he allowed them to exist so that he could destroy them and show his power to his chosen people. Again, everything points to God and to Christ. When David destroyed Goliath with the rock, mind you, the rock was his weapon. Jesus is the rock. And Goliath kind of symbolized satanic rebellion. It's very interesting. There's a lot to talk about with the whole Goliath thing. But that, again, points to Christ. So these things were allowed to happen. So also in Numbers 13, verses 29, we also see that the Amorites were part of the Nephilim. This is verse 29. "The Amalekites dwell in the land of the Negeb. The Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites dwell in the hill country, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and along the Jordan." So all of these tribes, again, where the lands of the Anak, actually, verse 28, let me see. "However, the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are fortified very large. And besides, we saw the descendants of Anak there." So again, they're spying out the land, and they saw the descendants of Anak. Well, what does that mean? How do they identify the descendants of Anak? Well, Anak was a Nephilim, and the Anakim were huge. So they knew who the descendants of Anak were. And these people were also part of the Amalekites, the Jebusites, the Hittites, the Canaanites. All these people were pagan tribes that, again, had their Nephilim overlords or warriors of some kind to basically be their champions. Think about it. They were kind of their heroic champions. When Goliath came out to challenge God's people, Satan and the pagan armies put forth their fleshly champion, the one that's big and strong and very obvious. And you're going to see just how big Goliath was. He was pretty big because we have historical evidence of it. And God put forth his champion. In the New Testament, it says God uses the foolish things to shame the wise. God put forth a young shepherd boy with just a sling and a stone, and he kills this giant being with one shot, which again, it's designed to point you to Christ. that Christ can destroy this. He's conquered the world, and he will judge it, but he's overcome the world. And if we have our faith and trust in him, then in the rock, then regardless of the giants that we're surrounded by, God will be victorious. Do you understand? All these things are pictures of physical pictures of spiritual truths. So they had to be there, it had to happen. But nevertheless, we have a direct connection between the Rephaim, the Anakim, the Emim, and the Nephilim, and the Amorites. All these people were just part of the same lineage of people all the way from the Nephilim. The Nephilim were the first group. And the Nephilim continued through the flood somehow. Some people say that, some of the women who were on the ark had maybe some genetic predisposition. Maybe there were more incursions after the flood. Who really knows? That's something we can explore. And it doesn't matter. What matters is there were giants, and those giants point to the fact that God is sovereign. Do you understand? Unless you learn something and it brings you back to God, you're wasting, you haven't gotten there yet. Do you know what I mean? Regardless of what you're learning, unless it points you back to God and makes you marvel at him in some way, you haven't gotten the full understanding of it. So my goal is to help you marvel today, to marvel at God's power, to marvel at the world you live in that's supernatural and how that points to a supernatural creator, and to marvel at history. Now, at 1 Samuel 17, verse 4 through 7, we see about Goliath. And there came from the camp of those Philistines a champion named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. So really quick, 6 cubits and a span was approximately 130 inches, which would be almost, 10 to 11 feet tall. So very large man. He had a helmet of bronze on his head, and he was armed with a coat of mail, and the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of bronze, which is about 90 pounds. Very heavy. And he had bronze armor on his legs and a javelin of bronze slung between his shoulders. The shaft of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and his spear's head weighed 600 shekels of iron, and his shield bearer went before him. So the Bible gives you very clear details here for a reason. Now, there is some historical evidence about Goliath that we can look at. This is from goliathspear.com. They have a nice little graphic here that they've reconstructed based on the data given in the Bible. The spear had weighed 600 shekels. The Hebrew word shekel is based on the verbal root for weighing. A shekel was a unit of weight used in transactions before the wide use of coins. A shekel was about 0.445 ounces. This means the spear's head weighed about 16 pounds and 11 ounces, almost 17 pounds for the weight of the spearhead, which is enormous. It can be difficult to pinpoint an exact weight because ancient units varied. The value of a shekel varied between regions, time eras, and governments. Weights were known to vary anywhere from 7 to 17 grams. We have chosen to use a conservative weight of 0.445 grams or 12.9 ounces. So this is a conservative estimate. The spearhead is 26 inches long and 7.8 inches wide, weighing 16 pounds and 11 ounces. The oak shaft is 10 feet long, weighing 10 pounds and 9.8 ounces. The counterweight is 6 pounds and 1.2 ounces. The total size is 12 feet 7 inches, so 12.5 feet for the spear length. If you can imagine how long that is an enormously large spear. And it weighs about 33 pounds, 12 ounces. For the physics of our Goliath spear to work properly with the 16-pound, 11-ounce spearhead and the weight and the height of Goliath, we chose a 10-foot length, 2-inch diameter pole, including a 6-pound, 2.0-ounce counterweight, giving our spear a total length of 12 feet 7 inches. This is not to say the spear could have been even longer. The Bible doesn't give us the exact length. However, the length we calculated for our replica would allow Goliath to have a center of balance to hold the spear easily with one hand at about 62 inches from the tip. This would allow him to thrust it directly at the enemy to achieve the best leverage and killing force. A spear of much longer length would cause the weight of the head to become overwhelming to wield, and it would bend the shaft, making it too flexible and cumbersome for effective hand-to-hand battles. So there's people who have actually done the math on this. And based on the weight of the head of the spear, you could kind of infer an approximate length of the spear based on physics. Because if it's too long, then based on the weight of the head of the spear, it would be too cumbersome. So either way, the length of the spear, approximately 12.5 feet, which is enormous if you think about it. That is an incredibly large spear. 12.5 feet is just huge. And Goliath was probably 11 feet tall. So this man was horrendous. He was enormous. He was very large, very powerful, and he was killed by a sling and a rock, which is the whole point. God raises up evil and the villains of the story so that he can display his glory as the Savior, even when things seem totally hopeless. Can you imagine? An 11-foot tall, fully armored Nephilim with a 12.5-foot spear, like yelling at you. Probably the voice sounds like a lion, which you'll see there are documented reports of that from Josephus. I mean, just totally frightening, completely Antichrist. And yet God displays his power through something totally unexpected, which is a little shepherd boy with his sling. So that's a beautiful story that's designed to point you to the Savior, not to mythology about fallen angels or, various other things. So one more thing with giants, we see in 2 Samuel 21 verses 18 through 22, we see more giants. After this, there was again war with the Philistines at Gob. Then Sibbecai the Hushathite struck down Saph, who was one of the descendants of the giants. So Saph was also a giant, and he was part of the Philistines. And there was again war with the Philistines at Gob, and Elchanan, the son of Jair-Oregim, the Bethlehemite, struck down Goliath the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. And there was again war at Gath, and where there was a man of great stature, who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number, and he was also a descendant from the giants. Now this is a very important verse, because it adds another piece of evidence about who these people are. They are supernatural hybrid beings. They're not normal. They have 6 fingers and 6 toes. And we're going to look at polydactyly. We're going to look at all these things that people like to say, oh, that's probably just a genetic defect. No, it's not. It is unique to them, and you'll see what I mean. And verse 21. And when he taunted Israel, Jonathan, the son of Sameh, David's brother, struck him down. These 4 were descended from the giants in Gath, and they fell by the hand of David and by the hand of his servants. So there were a lot more giants than just Goliath, obviously. We've seen that they were in pagan territories like Canaan, and with the Hittites, the Anakim, the Rephaim, the Emim, the Nephilim. All these people were just everywhere. The giants were very proliferated, but they got struck down because God was demonstrating his power through them. So, conclusion, there are many accounts in the Bible about giants. We should say not necessarily many, but enough to really show you that the Bible does teach there were giants in the past. There's not a ton to develop mythologies and crazy stories, but there is enough to let you know that the world you live in is supernatural. And this is how we walk the narrow road, is acknowledging the truth that the world we live in is supernatural. And also it's not what you've been told in school about a ball spinning in space, but rather something very mysterious and different. It is a supernatural reality. And once I get to my cosmology series, you will marvel at that reality with me, because it really is truly fascinating. And it's not quote unquote flat earth, as people like to say. It's something very different. But it is not what you've been told. Let's put it that way. The Bible definitely mentions several giants, like Og, like Goliath, like Saph, like these other 4 giants that we just read about. And they were at least 10 feet tall, which is very impressive. There's a direct connection between these giants, like the Rephaim, the Emim, the Anakim, and Goliath, and the Nephilim. Meaning the Nephilim, because it's only used twice in the Bible. The 2 times that it's used is the first is in Genesis 6 to identify the group that was born of the daughters of men and the sons of God, to separate that group. And the second time that it's used, it's to link all these other giants to the Nephilim. Do you understand? The Nephilim, the word Nephilim is only used twice. And the times that it's used prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the giants were being described in Genesis 6. Do you understand? The Genesis 6, 1 through 4 is not describing kings, taking, wives of people and having, heroes with them. Genesis 6 is describing to you a supernatural union. However many questions that raises, you have to accept that, because if you read in context, the only other time the word Nephilim is used, it is to connect all of these supernatural pagan giant tribes to the Nephilim, who were also the Nephilim, the Rephaim, the Amim, the Anakim, the Amorites, and so on and so forth. So, Genesis 6 is talking about a supernatural union between angelic beings and humans. But now the question is, why would that happen? What is the purpose behind that? It just seems so fantastical. And this is the answers that we want to get to. But the point is, again, to acknowledge that you live in a supernatural reality, that what you've been told about history and science has been a lie. The sons of God were not aliens. They were not judges or kings. They were angelic beings of some kind. They were rebellious angels that were deceived and who also had a motive. And we're going to look at that deception. We're going to look at the motive. So, now there's a quick challenge that some people have brought up when we talk about these things, and that's from Matthew 22, verse 30. Let's read it really quick. For in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like the angels in heaven. Now, the objection here should be clear, is that, well, you see, Jesus says that angels can't marry, so how is it possible that angels came down and basically took wives and had children with them? How is that possible if Jesus says they don't marry? Well, not so fast. Context has to be your friend in everything that you do and read. Because if you don't use context, it's very easy to walk off the narrow road. There are two ways to interpret this. The first way is that we're going to be like the angels in the sense that we're going to have spiritual bodies, and we won't be able to do anything in the physical world. That's what Jesus is saying. Or that this is a statement of function and responsibility, not a statement of, marriage or ontology or anything else. It is a statement of function. It's not saying that angels aren't physically capable of coming into earthly form. It's saying that when you're resurrected, marriage will not be needed anymore, because marriage isn't needed for the angels. They don't have that as part of their responsibilities. Do you understand? When Adam and Eve were created, they were told to go forth and multiply. That was part of your responsibility. In fact, if you read in the Old Testament, I forget his name right now. It's Onan or somebody with an O. It's in the Book of Judges. Ornan, maybe? I forget. Anyway, somebody dies and this guy is told to take his sister and have some kids. That's your responsibility. And what does he do? Well, it's a little graphic, but he basically ejaculates outside of her. And so what does that mean? Well, he gets killed for that. Of course, a lot of people say, see, this says all kinds of things about other stuff. But what it really just says is he disobeyed God's command to reproduce, which was very important at that point in time. This was early on in human history. You had to have, especially for Israel, you had to have children. That was a good thing, to increase in number. Especially if God is commanding you and you disobey to do that, then that was a very serious sin. So it was a responsibility for mankind to reproduce. Angels don't have that responsibility. It's not saying that angels don't have that capability. Do you understand? That's a very important distinction. And there's a lot of evidence for this that we can support it with. The first one is that Jesus received a physical body capable of being in the physical world. Luke 24, verse 24 through 30. Some of those who were with us went to the tomb and found it just as the woman had said, but him they did not see. And he said to them, O foolish ones, and slow of heart to believe all the prophets have spoken, was it not necessary that the Christ should suffer these things and enter his glory? And beginning with Moses and all the scriptures, he interpreted to them in all the scriptures that the things concerning himself, which, by the way, is what the devil wants you to not pay attention to with all this Nephilim stuff. The scriptures testify of Jesus, literally every book. It points to Christ. And that's the beauty and joy of all these things. So if your studies on the Nephilim are not taking you back to Christ in some way, then, you're falling for the trap. Anyway, verse 28. So they drew near to the village to which they were going. He acted as if he were going farther, but they urged him strongly, saying, "Stay with us, for it is toward evening, and the day is now far spent." Which, by the way, proves that the biblical day begins at sunrise. So he went in and to stay with them. When he was at table with them, he took the bread and blessed it and broke it and gave it to them. So we see Jesus physically there, interacting with people, hugging them probably. I'm sure they, celebrated. He's reading the scriptures to them. He's explaining things to them. He's breaking bread with them. He's interacting in the physical world. And that means we will too. We will be here on earth. In John 20, verse 27, it says, "Then he said to Thomas, 'Put your finger here and see my hands, and put out your hand and place it in my side. Do not disbelieve, but believe.'" Jesus had a physical body that he encouraged Thomas, "Here, go ahead, feel it. It's real." So if we now take that in context, Jesus is not saying that you are not going to be capable of doing certain things physically, if you get my drift. He's saying that marriage is not going to be needed in the eternal state. It's not, now you can make whatever, some people have said, well, that means we can have relationships. Some people say we won't need relationships. I don't know. The point is that God's going to be present on earth. That's going to be your primary relationship. And you won't need anything else. All the stuff that we deal with in this life is temporary, which includes relationships. But one more verse, which is in 1 Corinthians 15. This is on the resurrected body, 51 through 52. "Behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed." Which, by the way, is the seventh trumpet. What does the seventh trumpet mean? Well, the seventh trumpet means when Jesus returns and death is destroyed, because people are raised and the people who are left alive are changed. And if death is the last enemy to be destroyed, then he's no longer ruling with his enemies being put under his feet. And the millennium is not in the future, but it's right now. Do you understand? Very important verse. But nonetheless, what do we take from this? Well, Jesus' statement in Matthew 22 is not a statement about ontology. It's a statement about economy. Now, those two words are very important to understand. Ontology deals with being, the nature of being. And economy is function, right? What is your function? It's a statement about function. And again, if you read in context, you understand what's going on. The Sadducees, who were basically materialists, they didn't believe in anything, any spiritual things. No resurrection, no spirit, nothing. No angels, no demons. So they were, as usual, trying to trap Jesus with a philosophical puzzle. They gave him this example of, well, what if a woman, her husbands die and she marries 7 times? At the resurrection, whose husband is she going to be? And so he's like, oh, no, man, gosh, that's a problem. Well, it's not a problem, Jesus says, because they're like the angels. They're not going to marry or be given in marriage. Marriage is going to cease to be a function. Why? Because, again, marriage is designed to point you to Christ. A marriage between a woman and a man is designed to point you to the union that we will have when Christ actually returns to receive his bride at the end of time. Once the true thing comes, the picture for it dissolves. Do you understand? The Old Testament was full of pictures of Christ through the sacrificial system, let's say. Well, once Christ showed up, there's no more need for the sacrificial system. That was the thing that was supposed to point to Christ. Christ is the living truth. The same thing is with marriage. Once Jesus returns to receive his bride and we have a union with him physically on earth and we get to see him, marriage as a function will cease to exist. There's no more need for it. It was a type for the thing to come. How human relationships will be in the eternal state, I don't know. We can certainly guess on it and we can have fun with that, but ultimately the Bible doesn't really tell you. It just tells you that marriage is not going to be a function anymore. So does this mean that angels are physical too? Well, no, not necessarily. It just means that our function, which is marriage, will be like the angels, i.e. there'll be no more need for it because they don't have marriage. It's not part of their function. It is not saying anything about the nature of angels. It's not saying anything about the nature of their bodies, about their ability to manifest in the world and do various physical things. Hint, hint. It is saying that the resurrection will have no need for marriage in the resurrection state. That's all that it's saying. Meaning, very important, you cannot use this verse to prove or to disprove that angels came down and took wives and had supernatural offspring with them. So, don't use it. It's not something to use. Now, fallen angels and the whole disobeying God thing. Believe it or not, the Bible has a lot to say about the fallen angels leaving their state and disobeying God and coming down and having these supernatural offspring. People think that this is just from the Book of Enoch, which is not true. The Bible actually mentions it in several places. We covered it in Genesis 6, which of course is the main one. But now in the New Testament, it's very important to understand that there's places that point to this truth. Genesis in Jude 1, verses 1 through 7. Jude, a servant of Jesus Christ and brother of James, to those who are called, beloved in God the Father and kept for Jesus Christ. May mercy, peace, and love be multiplied to you. Does Jude, by the way, believe in election? Yeah, he does. You'll see he also believes in predestination. Beloved, although I was very eager to write to you about our common salvation, I found it necessary to write appealing to you to contend for the faith that was once for all delivered to the saints. This is judgment on false teachers. For certain people have crept in unnoticed who long ago were designated for this condemnation. Does Jude believe in predestination? Yes. Ungodly people who pervert the grace of our God into sensuality and deny our only Master and Lord, Jesus Christ. Now I want to remind you, although you once fully knew it, that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. Now here comes the main verse that we want to point to. And the angels who did not stay within their own position of authority, but left their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains under gloomy darkness until the judgment of the great day. Now, another important verse. Just as Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, which likewise indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural desire, serve as an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. So these two things, verse 7 and verse 6, are compared. Just as Sodom and... Well, what is just as Sodom and Gomorrah? Well, the angels who didn't keep their estate. That's who is just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, what makes Sodom and Gomorrah Sodom and Gomorrah? Well, they indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural desires. There are desires that are unnatural, that are outside of your responsibility or the order of things. Just how the Sodomites and Gomorrahites pursued unnatural desires, so did the angels who did not stay within their own position of authority. And Jude is reminding the people he's writing to that God is just. The people who will disobey and sin with a high hand, that, God is watching. God is not going to be mocked. That's the whole point of this. But the examples that are used are the angels who did not keep their estate and rebelled, just like the Sodomites who pursued unnatural desires. Very interesting, isn't it? 1 Peter 3, verses 18 through 20. Also a very key place to look. For Christ also suffered once for sins, the righteous for the unrighteous, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit, in which he went and proclaimed to the spirits in prison, because they formerly did not obey, when God's patience waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is 8 persons, were brought safely through water. Now, before your mind quickly creates a Hollywood movie out of this and says, Jesus went to hell and he rescued the Old Testament saints and yada, 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 and all this stuff, you have to read in context. Remember the foundational episodes, the first 4 episodes of this series. The people who wrote the Bible, which includes Peter, did not believe in a separate immortal soul. Jesus being made alive in the Spirit means he was resurrected. And in his resurrected state, before he ascended, one of the things he did was he went to Tartarus, where the angels are imprisoned. It's a special place. You're going to see in another letter where he writes it's very clear what he's talking about. He's not talking about some hell or underworld or anything. There's a physical place that we can't reach, that God has placed these rebellious beings in chains until the day of judgment, which is crazy. I mean, I can't even imagine that. But nevertheless, that's where they're placed. And God and Jesus went there to show them, look, I'm resurrected. I've conquered death, and you lost. You listened to Satan, which you'll see in just a bit in this episode, and you lost. So he proclaimed victory over them, which is just awesome. But how do we know that this is Tartarus? Well, again, context is everything. Okay, got mixed up there. You know, when you have a bunch of Bible verses in your mind, the numbers just kind of rearrange themselves. They're all good, but this is the one I want to read. Verse 9, verse 27, and just as it is appointed for man to die once, and after that comes the judgment. There is no separate immortal soul that floats around, that hangs out in the underworld and hell and purgatory and everything else. Jesus was resurrected in the spirit, and he did many things before his ascension. He appeared to people. He hung out with the apostles. In Luke 24, he showed some people the Old Testament and how everything is fulfilled through him. And he also went to preach the gospel to the spirits in prison. Now, there's a very important link here in which he went and proclaimed to the spirits in prison. Okay, why? Because they formerly did not obey. Well, we're not talking about Old Testament saints anymore. Do you get it? We're talking about spirits, pneuma, who did not obey. Well, when did they not obey? When God's patience waited in the days of Noah. Now, do you remember how God let's go back all the way to Genesis 6 so you can see what I'm talking about. Verse 4, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man and they bore children to them, they were the mighty men of old, who were the men of renown. Then the Lord saw there was wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And eventually God says, I'm going to blot man out of the earth, and I'm going to give him 120 years. This is actually in verse 3. My spirit shall not abide in man forever, for he is flesh. His day shall be 120 years. Meaning God waited. He waited 120 years for them to repent of this rebellion and to stop. And they didn't. So, okay, that's how you want to play the game. I'm going to destroy everything. I'm going to put you in chains until the judgment. So he did that. So that's what Peter is talking about. Now, when we go to a second letter that Peter wrote, we get a little more clarity. This is 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. For if God did not spare angels when they sinned, what is he talking about? He's talking about something specific, like he was talking about in his first letter. But cast them into hell and committed them to chains of gloomy darkness to be kept until the judgment. Does that sound like something that Jude was also talking about? Of course. Now, it's very important you understand that the word for hell here is not hell. It is tartaru. Let me see if I can scroll so you can see. And there you go. Do you see how it says occurrences only one? It's only one time that this word occurs, because tartaru, Tartarus, is a specific Greek word that doesn't mean like the underworld or hell or, purgatory. It is a special place. It's like the bottom of the bottom, gloomy darkness that these angels are kept in. And Jesus, after he was resurrected, went to this prison and showed them the truth and said, look, you put your eggs in the wrong basket, folks, and now you're going to be judged. So this is what Peter is talking about. He's not talking about some sort of hell or holding station. He's talking about Tartarus, and specifically the angels that sinned and were put there as punishment. Now, we also see in Revelation 12, verse 4, of course, the war in heaven. The dragon swept a third of the stars of heaven and cast them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, so that when she bore her child, he might devour it. So there was a war in heaven, and the dragon also took some stars with him, a third of the angels, right? That's kind of the common understanding. But very important that you understand that Revelation 12 is not a pre-cosmic war. It is not talking about a war that happened before the earth was created, because you're going to see how all this stuff ties into it. We're going to look at this more in detail, but I do encourage you to watch my episode number 4 in End Times, where we talk about Satan being bound, and we talk about the whole Revelation 12 imagery there. It's not talking about this pre-cosmic war that everybody uses to create all sorts of fairy tales. You'll see what I mean by that, because there's a ton of them. It's talking about Satan losing his place over having any authority, basically. Satan was kicked out. Once the Messiah was born and he atoned for sins, Satan's time is done. The world has been appointed a set time to be judged. Prophecy is going to be fulfilled. The gospel is going to go out. The elect will be saved. There's nothing the devil can do. His ownership of the world has been taken away. He has no more authority over death. He's been kicked out. He's been kicked out of the heavenly places, and he's been thrown down to earth. There's no more role for the accuser, ha-satan, which means accuser, if we have an advocate. Do you get the point? And so that's what this is talking about. However, the rebellion does seem to be a separate rebellion from the Watchers falling, which is also a very important distinction. The original Watchers, the angels who came down, seemed, and we're going to look at this, but it seems like they were deceived by the devil. The devil didn't, he washed his hands of it. He deceived them into doing this, and they got punished. But the rebellion in Revelation 12, where the devil was kicked out of heaven, that was a separate rebellion. So that's an interesting thing, because again, everything points to Christ. Everything points to the supremacy of Christ, to the victory of Christ that we have through the gospel. So, conclusion. The New Testament is consistent with the Old Testament when it comes to speaking of the angels engaging in some sort of inappropriate activity or inappropriate union and siring these supernatural beings. The notions of angels rebelling and coming down to earth and taking wives and creating giants is not a fairy tale. It's the truth. It's what the Bible reports to you. However, big asterisk, again, this theme of today. Many people take this truth and run headlong into mythology. They run headlong into mythology and fairy tales and all sorts of crazy ideas, and this is why we want to walk the narrow road. Now, I want to look at biblical encounters with angels so that you understand a sense of what did angel, because there's different kinds of angels. And the Bible also reveals to you that angels can manifest in very convincing human forms. And we start with the angel of Yahweh, which is the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. This is in Joshua 5, verse 13 through 15. When Joshua was by Jericho, he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man was standing before him with his drawn sword in his hand. And Joshua went to him and said to him, "Are you for us or for our adversaries?" Get some courage on Joshua. And he said, "No, but I am the commander of the army of the Lord. Now I have come." And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshipped. Very important word here, worshipped. And said to him, "What does my Lord say to his servant?" Now, here's a very important point. At verse 15, this being could either say, "Don't do that," like the angel that helped John in his revelation. "Don't worship me, worship God." But instead, the angel says what? "And the commander of the Lord's army said to Joshua, 'Take off your sandals from your feet, for the place where you are standing is holy.' And Joshua did so." Does that remind you of anything? Maybe the burning bush, where the angel of Yahweh appears to Moses. Now, the angel of Yahweh, who is also the commander of the army of the Lord, receives worship, and you can't worship anybody other than God. However, the angel of Yahweh also speaks of Yahweh in a separate instance. So there's that. Very interesting. But either way, he looked human. He looked human enough for Joshua to be like, "Hey, are you like with us or against us?" So that's very interesting. Genesis 18, verses 1 through 8, which is the angel of Yahweh appearing to Abraham. "And the Lord appeared to him by the oaks of Mamre as he sat at the door of his tent in the heat of the day. He lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing in front of him. When he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed himself to the earth." And he said, O Lord, if I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree, while I bring a morsel of bread, that you may refresh yourselves, and after that you may pass on, since you have come to your servant. So they said, do as you have said. And Abraham went quickly, I love this part, and Abraham went quickly into the tent to Sarah and said, quick, 3 seahs of fine flour kneaded, and make the cakes. And Abraham ran into the herd and took a calf, tender and good, and gave it to a young man who prepared it quickly. Then he took curds of milk and the calf, and he prepared and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree while they ate. So they could eat, and they also appear human, which is very, very important. Chapter 19, verses 1 through 5, God rescues Lot. So these 3 men that came to visit Abraham, one of them was the angel of Yahweh, i.e. God, manifest, and with 2 messengers. But they sat down, they ate with him, they appeared relatively human, and you're going to see the other 2 angels were also kind of indistinguishable from human beings. This is now further in the story where they go to rescue Lot from Sodom and Gomorrah. Verses 1 through 5. The 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them and bowed himself with his face to the earth and said, My lords, please turn aside to your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you may rise up early and go on your way. They said, No, we will spend the night in the town square. But he pressed them strongly so that they turned aside to him and entered his house. And he made them a feast and baked them unleavened bread, and they ate. So these people ate. Physical, they're angels, but wait a minute, they're eating. So there you go. Verse 4, But before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people to the last man, surrounded the house. And they called to Lot, Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them to us that we may know them. Now, very important, knowing here doesn't mean they're wanting to have a conversation. We're talking about biblically knowing them, which of course means having sexual intercourse. So these people believed that the people who came to Lot's house were actual men that they could have sex with. Do you understand? Very, very important. They obviously believed that these were real people, not supernatural glowing beings of energy or beings with wings or anything like that. They were men, or at least they appeared as men. Now, this is referenced in Hebrews 13, verse 2. Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Some people have entertained angels without even being aware of it. Now, you tell me, how can you be unaware of it if an angel is supposed to be, with a halo and wings and a white robe and a harp? That's not what biblical angels are, folks. Angels are, the word for angel is malak. Malak, at least in the Old Testament. Malak is like messenger. But obviously these angels aren't fully human. They are from heaven. They're with God. Yet they also can manifest as human beings that can eat, that have physical bodies, that have clothes, that people believe they could, do whatever with. So there is a very important thing. And also that people might be unaware that they're angels. Do you understand? Very, very important. It doesn't at all imply that these beings have supernatural appearances, even though there are times where we see that there are supernatural experiences. So this is very, very important because what it means is there are different types of angelic beings. Some of those angelic beings are the watchers. Now, there's this notion of the watchers, and again, people think that this comes from the Book of Enoch. It doesn't. The Bible talks about the watchers in Daniel 4, verse 13. I saw in the visions of my head as I lay in bed, and behold, a watcher, a holy one, came down from heaven. Daniel saw a watcher. The watchers were real. They're beings that are supposed to watch humanity. And of course, these beings in question left their authority, left their position of responsibility from watching humanity to going and being part of humanity and corrupting it, because they wanted to be their own gods. Just like Satan lied to Adam and Eve. He lied to these angels, and all for his own schemes. This is later in the same chapter, verse 17. The sentence is by the decree of the watchers, the decision by the word of the holy ones, to the end that the living may know that the Most High rules the kingdom of men and gives it to whom he wills and sets over it the lowliest of men. So the watchers are in view. They have some sort of authority, their decision. And of course, in this case, these are good watchers, because the whole point, the end, is that the living may know that the Most High rules the kingdom of men. So they are doing God's will, but they have a position of authority. Daniel 4, verse 23 through 24. And because the king saw a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven and saying, chop down the tree and destroy it. This is Nebuchadnezzar's vision. But leave the stump of its roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze, in the tender grass of the field, and let him be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field till 7 periods of time pass over him. So the watchers were part of this vision, but nonetheless, the watchers are a thing that is highlighted to you by the Bible. Again, the Bible doesn't give you these endless mythologies, because the Bible is not about the spirit realm. The Bible is about Christ. But it does give you hints of things that are true and real. And again, these aren't designed for you to obsess over them, but just so you know. In Daniel 9, we see Gabriel, verse 20 through 21. While I was speaking and praying, confessing my sin and the sin of my people in Israel, and presenting my plea before the Lord my God for the holy hill of my God, while I was speaking in prayer, the man, Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at first, came to me in swift flight at the time of the evening sacrifice. Now, the man here is, the word for man is not like Adam. Let's see, where is it? KJV plus. Where are you plus? It's so hard with all these, like, yeah, verse 21. Okay. Here we go. The man, Ish. It's more like, I don't know, a person, one person, a steward, a messenger type of word. Yish. It's not Adam, meaning like a human being, but a man, nevertheless, like masculine, individual, personalized, localized, and he came to him. Now, how he came was through swift flight in verse 21. It doesn't say that Gabriel had wings. He could. It doesn't say that, though. That's just a biblical, that's a author's illustration that we're so used to seeing angels with wings in a golden robe or white robe with a harp and a little halo. That's just cartoon stuff. He was flying, probably just levitating and, hovering above the ground and coming to talk to Daniel. Who knows? It doesn't say that Gabriel has wings. There are angels with wings, but those are the seraphim and the cherubim. There are different types of angelic beings. It doesn't say Gabriel has wings. It just says the man, Gabriel, came in swift flight. So, conclusion. The Old Testament describes angelic encounters as real people. Most of the time, indistinguishable from normal men. Now, of course, in the case of Gabriel, he was flying somehow, so that's obviously there's something up there. But nonetheless, he's identified as a man that's recognizably as a masculine individual. The New Testament confirms this. So these beings can eat, they can walk around, they can interact physically, they can be indistinguishable. Whatever the form that they have the ability to manifest as physical human beings, which is very important. We also know that the notion of watchers is not from the Book of Enoch, but actually it's talked about in the Book of Daniel. This idea of the holy ones that are watching the earth and have authority in the sense of like helping maybe to govern it. It's not super clear. Again, God doesn't want you obsessing over these things. But there does seem to be from other places, evidence that there is a hierarchy, right? That is designed with various responsibilities, all relating to humankind. Now, another important point is the watchers are not inherently evil. This is a very important point. A lot of people think the watchers are evil, but no, they're not. The watchers are just watchers. They seem to have a purpose in God's plan of government from heaven, but nonetheless, they're not inherently evil. They're actually doing God's will. The ones who rebelled and left their position of responsibility were the evil ones. So all of this confirms what is mentioned in the Book of Enoch in the sense that these watchers left their estate just like the Bible says. So that's true. Now, of course, again, we have to eat the meat and spit out the bones. We're going to look at the Book of Enoch and why it can't be accepted as canon, why it shouldn't be accepted as inspired, because there's many reasons why. But nonetheless, it's a historical record, and it points to the same thing that the Bible is pointing to, which is this supernatural thing. Now, in the New Testament, there are other encounters of angels. Luke 1, verse 11 to 13, and there appeared to him an angel of the Lord standing on the right side of the altar of incense. And Zechariah was troubled when he saw him, and fear fell upon him. Now, notice this is an angel of the Lord, and it's not Lord as in Yahweh, it's just a messenger of God. The Old Testament is the angel of Yahweh. There's a specific individual that everybody knew was also God. And I have a whole episode on that in my Trinity series. Go check it out. It's very interesting. Verse 13, but the angel said to him, do not be afraid, Zechariah, for your prayer has been heard, and your wife Elizabeth will bear to you a son, and you shall call him John. And you will have great joy and gladness, and many will rejoice at his birth. And I believe Zechariah didn't believe him. Yeah, he says in verse 19, I am Gabriel, I stand in the presence of God, and I was sent to speak to you and bring you this good news. But because Zechariah didn't believe it, he cursed him with silence for 9 months. Luke 2, verse 8 through 11, we see unspecified angels, the shepherds and the angels. And in the same region, there were shepherds out in the field, keeping watch over the flock at night, and an angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them. So now we're seeing more than just a human manifestation. This is now a supernatural situation. And they were filled with great fear. Kind of like how Zechariah was filled with great fear with Gabriel. So again, you're seeing this, maybe Gabriel has, but here's another point to mention, which we'll talk about. Archangels, there's only one archangel mentioned, which is Michael. It seems that there are other archangels. We'll look at that. But Gabriel isn't specifically highlighted as an archangel. Nevertheless, he does have a special function. He stands in the presence of God. He has obviously supernatural manifestations. When he appeared to Zechariah and Daniel, there were supernatural things. With Daniel, he was flying. With Zechariah, he was manifesting in a certain way. So he's obviously different than the angels who were accompanying the angel of Yahweh with Abraham, the two ones who went to Sodom and were indistinguishable from human beings. Do you get the point? There's variety here, and you have to understand distinction. And anyway, the angel said to them, fear not, for behold, I bring to you good news of great joy, and for all the people, for unto you is born this day the city of David, a Savior who is Christ the Lord. So we have, again, another supernatural manifestation of angels, but they were recognizable as angels. Luke 24, verses 4 through 5, while they were perplexed about this, behold, 2 men stood by them in dazzling apparel. So now we have, again, another type of manifestation. They're men, but their appearing was dazzling. Who knows what it was? Maybe gold armor or something? Who really knows? And as they were frightened and bowed their faces to the ground, the men said to them, why do you seek the living among the dead? So again, this is a supernatural manifestation. They're men, obviously they're masculine. Compare it to visions of very supernatural beings, like Ezekiel's vision of the throne of God by the river, where God is on this throne with supernatural beings under him. It's just, those are incredibly supernatural. That's kind of like the top tier. Then you have, I guess I would say, let's say the middle tier of these beings that appear that are recognizably masculine, let's put it that way, but nevertheless, there's something about them that is obviously supernatural. Dazzling apparel, maybe light, it's not super clear. Then you have messengers that also appear indistinguishable from humans. So very, very interesting. Jude 1, verse 9, but when the archangel Michael, contending with the devil, was disputing about the body of Moses, he did not presume to pronounce a blasphemous judgment, but said, the Lord rebuke you. Again, Archangel Michael is mentioned, but the archangel is not mentioned for Gabriel or anybody else. So all these mythologies of archangels, like Raphael and Uriel and Metatron and whatever else, the Bible doesn't tell you about these things. It tells you that there is Michael, who's an archangel, and it tells you that Michael is one of the chief princes, which we'll look at. But again, it's not trying to give you all these things that you get obsessed with, like hierarchies. Of course, last but not least, Revelation 22, verse 8 through 9, the angel that appeared to John. I, John, am the one who heard and saw these things, and when I heard and saw them, I fell down to worship at the feet of the angel who showed them to me. Compare this now to Joshua. But he said to me, you must not do that. I am a fellow servant with you and your brothers, the prophets, and with those who keep the words of his book. Worship God. So this angel is very different from the angel of Yahweh, or the commander of the Lord's army that Joshua saw. So what do we take from this? Well, angels definitely exist. The Bible is very clear about that. Angels can manifest in the physical realm as indistinguishable from human men and eat and do things. They can wear clothes. They have physical looking bodies that can interact. They also can manifest in supernatural ways too. There are many different kinds of angels. We didn't talk about these too much, but again, the cherubim, the seraphim, the ophanim. Ophanim are like the wheels with the eyes that are supernaturally part of God's throne, and that appears to Ezekiel's vision by the river, Shebar Canal, I believe. That's a profound vision. Of course, people love to say, oh, this is just a UFO, and of course the whole alien agenda thing comes in, but again, that's just designed to deceive you. I'm guilty of it too. When I was in high school and we were in scripture class, that was literally like my favorite chapter, because I was into the whole alien agenda thing. I was like, oh man, what if this is a UFO and this is actually describing alien contact? Well, of course, if you understand the true cosmology that we're in, those things just fall apart. So don't fall into those deceptions, but nevertheless, the visions that Ezekiel received shows us that there are different types of beings. There's Ophanim, there's Seraphim, there's Cherubim, there are archangels, there are messengers that seem to be able to take on human form, there's watchers. There's all sorts of supernatural principalities, and some of them don't appear. Some of them are designed for regular appearance. Does that make sense? Like a seraphim is not going to just appear to people. The seraphim is designed to be around God, to worship God, to be in his presence. There's Gabriel, who does certain special errands. You know, there's messengers that go along with the angel of the Lord and appear to human beings. You know, there's messengers that appear as human beings. And that's why the Bible says, always be hospitable. You never know. That's an interesting statement. That's a very interesting statement. But nevertheless, it's very obvious that there's rankings of angels, spiritual beings, each with different functions. Watchers were probably having the ability to manifest as human beings, I'm guessing. The Bible's not explicit about that, but based on all of the things we looked at, again, they're helping to watch humanity. There's some level of angel that's able to appear as a human being and interact in the physical world as a human being. And of course, if that's the case, then their duty is to probably help humanity in some way, to help, guide them, or, help give messages in certain ways. And if that was the case, then the angels who broke that responsibility and gave into unnatural desires, as Jude says, were the ones who came down and created the Nephilim. The Bible doesn't make it clear, but nevertheless, they exist. Now, another important thing is the heavenly council. If you know what that is, Michael Heiser, he's passed away now, he popularized this quite a bit through his book, The Unseen Realm, and other books. Of course, Heiser had some good things to say. I am not like a diehard Heiser fan. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. He had a lot of good things to say, but he also had a lot of things that, honestly, I just think are wrong or that are a little bit misguided. Many have criticized his work as having too much focus on just this pantheon of supernatural beings and basically taking liberties culturally with mythology and just drifting into, pantheism or polytheism. Of course, I'm not accusing him of being a polytheist, but he's had some criticisms, let's put it that way. Yeah, but nevertheless, he has some good things to say, because ultimately people deny that we live in a supernatural world. And we do. We live in a supernatural world. And that is an important point to get from today. We live in a supernatural world. Now in Deuteronomy 29, verses 25 through 26, it talks about this spiritual government. And it says, then people will say it is because they abandoned the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers, which he had made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt, and went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they had not known and whom he had not allotted to them. Isn't that interesting? So the word here is Elohim, whom they had not known and whom he had not allotted to them. So God allotted, there's this notion that God allotted certain principalities to each nation. This is the idea of the heavenly council. There's a God for each territory. Certainly people seem to believe that. Deuteronomy 32, verses 7 through 12. Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you. Your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. Now we're going to read some other renditions of this that are very important. Moving on. But the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is allotted heritage. He found him in the desert land, and in the howling waste of the wilderness he encircled him. He cared for him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. Like an eagle that stirs up its nest, that flutters over its young, spreading out its wings, catching them, bearing them on its pinions, the Lord alone guided him. No foreign god was with him. Now, what is this about? This is a very interesting set of verses. And if you read in context and also understand cultural context that was happening around that time, God is revealing his plan of salvation through a peculiar people. This is after the rebellion of the angels, and everybody's got their false gods, everybody's got their demigods through their giants. There's this world system that seems like it's taken over, even after the flood. And God is picking out his own people, the smallest of all the people. Again, God uses the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. He's using things that seem so unlikely so that you have no other way to explain it other than it was God. He picks the smallest group of people. He reveals his plan of salvation through them. And what this saying is that no other gods have influenced Jacob, because it was God who was revealing his plan to the other principalities. And of course, eventually he would conquer them in Christ, that Christ is the culmination of this spiritual war. That's why the war in heaven kicked Satan out. Satan was kicked out. You're done, buddy. You have, a limited amount of time until the world is judged, and you along with it. But the arrival of the Christ is the culmination of this spiritual battle that began when the angels rebelled, really, and when Satan deceived mankind and began this Antichrist system. Because Satan didn't just deceive mankind. That's another thing I hope you learned from today, is that Satan deceived other principalities. And that began this Antichrist system. That system persevered through the flood, even though most of it was wiped out. And Yahweh, the only God, revealed his power and glory slowly through these various conquests and through the elect that he had chosen to reveal himself through the people of Jacob. But I want to read this verse 20 in Deuteronomy 32, which is how he allotted let's see here. Here it is. He allotted the land according to the sons of God. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, this is from the Septuagint, by the way. When he divided up mankind, he set the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the heavenly assembly. This is translated a little differently. This is another one. When the Most High was apportioning the nations, he scattered Adam's sons. He fixed the boundaries of nations according to the number of divine sons. Very interesting, isn't it? So ultimately, this is pointing to this reality that there is this angels of God who were in charge of territory. Deuteronomy 32, verse 8, when the Most High, this is just another Septuagint rendition. When the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the nations according to the numbers of the angels of God. So again, there's this tendency to point to this reality that, okay, there is evidence that the Bible's pointing you to, that it keeps painting this picture that there were watchers or heavenly beings responsible for certain territories. And these beings rebelled. And so God picks his own people and his own territory to demonstrate his plan of salvation, which again, all of these things point back to God. The reason God had decreed all of these apostasies and rebellions is so that he could demonstrate his power. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any context. You get it? He did this so he could demonstrate his power by allowing these supernatural beings to take root and to do what they're going to do and to bring forth, crazy giants so that he could destroy them and ultimately conquer through the gospel, which is the good news of Jesus. Now in Exodus 12, verse 12, God says, "For I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord." Now, remember, the sorcerers of Pharaoh's court could replicate some of the miracles that Moses was doing. And the Bible says it was by their dark arts or secret arts. This is not talking about executing judgment on lifeless idols. God is not saying, I'm going to execute judgment on their, carved images. Of course, that's part of it. But there's something more here. There's a spiritual battle between principalities. There's a spiritual war going on between God beginning to reveal that he's sovereign and starting to cast judgment on all these rebellious gods, Elohim, false gods. And, of course, these pagan systems that were raised up by these principalities. In Daniel 10, verses 13 through 14, there's a vision that Daniel has of this person. Now, there's a lot of debate on whether this person is Jesus or if it's just another very high-level archangel type of principality. But nonetheless, it says this: "The prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. But Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, for I was left there with the kings of Persia, and came to make you understand what is to happen to your people in the latter days, for the vision is for the days yet to come." So we don't know if this person, because the description in Daniel 10 is similar to the description that John sees of Jesus. It's a very brilliant description. The only thing for me personally is that this person was sent, and it seems that he's in this spiritual war, and the prince of Persia, which is probably alluding to a spiritual principality, is resisting him for 21 days. Now, I can't imagine Jesus being withstood for 21 days or Jesus being sent. So again, that's why I think this is just another high-level principality, because he also mentions that Michael came to help, who was also one of the chief princes. So what's the point? Well, first off, the point is that Michael is one of the chief princes, and that means there are more than one archangel type figures, and also that Michael, by the way, Seventh-day Adventists, is not Jesus in the Old Testament, because Jesus is not one of the chief princes. Now, it also shows, really my point for citing this verse to you is that it shows the wars of the empires going on during those times have this spiritual behind-the-scenes connotation. That even though there's physical armies fighting, there are principalities at work, working their... Like every one of these tribes, remember, had their Nephilim champions. They had their principalities, and they were warring with each other. So there's a lot more going on behind the scenes than we see. I know there's been many visions where, like the prophet would see a vision of God and his armies surrounding a city or whatever else, and people couldn't see that, right? So ultimately, there's something behind the scenes happening that we do not perceive, and that something is a spiritual war that is going on. That is probably very epic, but probably if we could see it, we would be living in fear all the time. Who knows? Job 1, verses 6 through 7. Satan is allowed to test Job. Now there was a day when the sons of God, there's that phrase again, came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. So who are the sons of God? Well, obviously they're talking about heavenly beings. How do you know that? Because your context. They came before the Lord, and Satan also came there among them. It's not talking about physical human rulers or kings. Then the Lord said to Satan, "From where have you come?" Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down on it, which again tells you the cosmology that we live in. But nonetheless, the sons of God present themselves. There is this sense of a court, an audience with the king. And everybody presents themselves, maybe gives a report of various things that they're doing. And of course, Satan is doing various things too. And the Lord says, what are you up to, Satan? And Satan says, well, I'm just patrolling the earth, looking for people to accuse. And of course, this opens the dialogue for Job. Now, there are also important visions that we have of this courtroom, of a heavenly kind of courtroom or a heavenly council. Isaiah 6, verses 1 through 8. Isaiah's vision of the Lord. In the year of King Uzziah died, I saw the Lord sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe was filled the temple. Above him stood the seraphim. There's the different kinds of angel. Each had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face, and with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. And one called to another and said, holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts, and the whole earth is filled with his glory. And the foundations of the threshold shook at the voice of him who called, and the house was filled with smoke. And I said, woe is me, for I am lost, for I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of people of unclean lips, for my eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. And one of the seraphim flew to me, having in his hand a burning coal, and he had taken with the tongs from the altar. That he had taken. And he touched my mouth and said, behold, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away, and your sin is atoned for it. So, which, by the way, extremely, extremely important. Is there another verse I want to read? And I heard the voice of the Lord saying, whom shall I send, and who will go for us? Then I said, here I am, send me. So there's this congregation that Isaiah is seeing in a vision. But what's really important to take here, besides the fact that there's seems to be a heavenly council, there's different kinds of angels. The seraphim have an exclusive responsibility to worship God and be in his presence. And obviously they're very different. They have 6 wings. They're supernatural. But what is the point here? Well, a point that you will need to remember for later is that people who have visions of heaven, that they went to heaven, never actually align with what the Bible says about the visions of heaven. People's visions of heaven, when they have near-death experiences or whatever else, hallucinations of some kind, they always make it about themselves. It's always about how Jesus makes them feel so warm and cuddly inside, and how amazing they are, and oh gosh, it felt so great. It's never like Isaiah, when he had a vision of the throne room, he wanted to die because he felt totally unworthy to be there. Do you understand? This is so important because that's how you test all of these visions of people going to heaven, which of course they're not true. But nonetheless, there's that. There's Micaiah's vision in 1 Kings 22. Verse 19, and Micaiah said, therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing beside him on his right hand and on his left. So you have this vision of a place, a sort of council, a giant courtroom perhaps, with a temple, with a throne. In Daniel 7, verses 9 through 10, you have the vision of the Ancient of Days. And as I looked, thrones were placed, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. So there's a seat, but there's also other thrones where people are sitting, some sort of courtroom situation. His clothing was white as snow, and the hair of his head was pure wool. His throne was fiery flames. Its wheels were burning fire. So this is very similar to the vision that Ezekiel had of a supernatural living throne with living beings, being part of this throne. It's very interesting. A stream of fire issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands served him. 1,000 thousands served him. It's a lot of people, or a lot of beings. And 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. Countless people. The court sat in judgment. So there's a courtroom, and the books were opened. And I looked, and this is actually a little more than I want to read, but this is, you're familiar with this vision. Daniel 7, the Ancient of Days. So you see a courtroom, you see countless beings in service of God, which is just a fascinating thought that there's so many of them. But the conclusion to take from this is that there is an elaborate hierarchy of spiritual beings. The Bible definitely testifies to that. It doesn't give you endless details so that you obsess over endless hierarchies, but it does reveal to you through glimpses that they there is a hierarchy and there are many spiritual beings. Now, it's not important because Christ is important. That's what all of this is supposed to point you to. But this hierarchy is how people get carried away, and that's why I wanted to create this episode. Because you have to acknowledge the truth. The truth is that there is a hierarchy. There is a robust hierarchy. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Christ is what matters. It's the gospel. We're warned about these things in many places. 1 Timothy 1, 3 through 4. As I urged you when I was going to Macedonia, remain at Ephesus so that you may charge certain persons not to teach any different doctrine, not to devote themselves to myths and to endless genealogies, which promote speculations rather than the stewardship of God, that is, by faith. This is exactly what's happening today. We talked about 2 Timothy 4, 3 through 4 with endless wandering off to myths. Colossians 2, 18 through 20, let no one disqualify you, insisting on asceticism, worship of angels, going on in detail about visions, puffed up without reason by a sensuous mind. Does this sound like today? Absolutely. Everybody and their mother has a vision about this or about that, and they put it on YouTube or TikTok. And not hold fast to the head, from whom the whole body, nourished and knit together through it joints and ligaments, grows with a growth that is from God. If with Christ you died to the elemental spirits of the world, why, if you were still alive in the world, do you submit yourself to regulations? Now, elemental spirits, I don't think it's talking about demons or, different things. This is more about the elemental things of the world. Like, don't be so worldly. If you died to that, then why are you engaging in worldly things is the point. So, walking a narrow road with this whole topic is acknowledging the supernatural, acknowledging there is a spirit world that is very robust that God has created, of course. He's the bringer of life. But not getting focused and obsessed with endless mythologies and genealogies and hierarchies and things like that. It's just walking the narrow road between those two things. Because we want to acknowledge the truth, but we also don't want to get obsessed. Now, spirits in the Bible. I want to shift gears a little bit into understanding the origin of demons and evil spirits. It's very clear that angels exist. It's very clear that some kind of angels, like the Watchers maybe, have the ability to manifest as human beings, interact, and that they probably came down and married or took wives or whatever and engaged in things that they shouldn't have, which led to supernatural offspring. One theory about where demons comes from, or I should say maybe some demons, is that they are the disembodied spirits of these Nephilim. Because again, the Nephilim are different. They're different beings. They're supernatural beings. So would it stand to reason that since we're created to have a body-soul union, where am I going with this? We were made by God as living souls. That's very clear. If you watch the first 4 episodes of this series, you know that. However, the Nephilim were hybrids. They were illicit hybrids. They were creations between two things that are not supposed to go together. They're in an inappropriate union. Would it stand to reason that they would also have maybe a different situation spiritually when they pass away? They're not going to go anywhere. They're just going to roam the earth as disembodied spirits. I don't know, but let's see what the Bible has to say about evil spirits. Nehemiah 9, verse 6. You are the Lord, you alone. You have made heaven, the heaven of heavens, and with all their host, the earth and all that's in it, the seas and all that is in them, and you preserve all of them, and the host of heaven worships you. You preserve all of them, and the host of heaven worships you. So, God is the one who sustains all things. God is the one who's created the entire spiritual world. Angels, spirits, principalities of all kinds. Job 38, 4 through 7. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determines its measurements? Surely you know, or who stretched the line upon it? On what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. This is a very important verse. Obviously, he's talking about the creation of the world. But why this is important is that the Mormon teaching, this, believe it or not, a lot of people espouse this Mormon teaching, Even Seventh-day Adventists have some kind of take on this. The New Age has a take on this. It's ultimately this idea of a cosmic war that happened before creation. And this is very easily refuted. And one of the ways to refute it is that in Job, it tells you that the morning stars sang together and the sons of God shouted for joy. When did they do that? When the earth was created. Meaning that the heavenly beings were brought into existence during the creation week. Probably when the heavens were created. This whole thing about a pre-cosmic war before the world was created is all from fairy tales, Paradise Lost, all these mythologies that have come about that have really put the emphasis on things outside of the gospel. That's really the design. There was no time for a cosmic rebellion. The earth was created in 6 days, and part of that was also the universe, the heavenly host, and all the supernatural beings who rejoiced when they were brought into existence and rejoiced at the glory of God creating the universe. And of course, quickly after that, things started to go awry. But God is not reacting to anybody. If you believe that Satan led a rebellion, pre-cosmically, and God reacted to that rebellion to redeem his name, which is, again, this is an Adventist teaching. The Mormons believe in this too, with spirit babies and all kinds of stuff. It's just all a mishmash. The New Agers believe in something like this. There's different variations. But ultimately what it's saying is this. God reacted to something outside of himself. Satan is the one who rebelled, and so God, oh my gosh, really quick, let me create the world to prove that I'm just, and I'll give everybody free will so they can choose me so I can prove that I'm not, a tyrannical God. That's nonsense. God determined out of his good pleasure and his good will to create the universe, to reveal himself. He's not reacting to anybody, nor let alone to something he created, which is nonsense. So this doesn't fall in line. This whole narrative of the pre-cosmic war does not fall in line simply because the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy when the earth was created in creation week. Now, 1 Kings 22, 19 through 23. Now, we learned about this from Micaiah's vision, and he saw the Lord sitting on his throne. But it continues, and he says, "And the Lord said, who will entice Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one spirit said one thing, and another said to another. Then a spirit came forward and stood before the Lord, saying, I will entice him. And the Lord said to him, by what means? And he said, I will go out, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets. And he said, you are to entice him, and you shall succeed. Go and do so." So this is an interesting thing because it's not... Remember, Micaiah saw a vision of the throne room being convened. Everybody's there, all the spirits, all the principalities. And God is ultimately saying, I'm going to judge Ahab. Who wants to carry out this judgment? So it's very important. There's a distinction here because the spirit that's volunteering to do this is doing something from the outside. Maybe it seems evil, like he's going to be a lying spirit, but it's actually he's carrying out God's wrath, God's judgment, by becoming a lying spirit in the mouths of his prophets and deceiving his prophets so that Ahab could be destroyed. So this spirit is not necessarily evil, but he's carrying out God's judgment, which is very important. In Ezekiel 14, verse 9, it says, and if the prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. And I will stretch out my hand against him and will destroy him from the midst of the people, of my people Israel. He's talking about false prophets. And he's saying, if he's speaking a word and he's claiming that I'm, speaking it, know for sure that I was the one who allowed him to be deceived, either directly or maybe through sending a spirit to do so. So God is sovereign. We also know in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 that it says God sends them a great delusion, right? The people who did not love the truth so that they could be deceived by all power and workings of Satan. So God allows these things to happen. God allowed Satan to test Job. So there is a sense, again, that God is sovereign over whatever evil happens, whether it's a spirit carrying out evil as judgment, or even Satan, who is evil, doing his thing. Satan is not doing anything of his own accord. Satan is on God's leash, and Satan does what God allows him to do. And if you don't believe that, then you don't really believe in a sovereign God of the Bible. But God is sovereign over evil, and this is the point of all these things. There are spirits, there are evil spirits, there are spirits who do God's will, and ultimately it doesn't matter because God is sovereign over them all. 1 Samuel 16, verse 14. Now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and a harmful spirit from the Lord tormented him. Harmful spirit from the Lord tormented him. The harmful spirit was who? From the Lord, meaning God sent the spirit to do his will, to do his bidding. Because why? Because ultimately that allowed Saul to bring in David to play the harp, and David got close to the king, and so on and so forth. But really quick, we talked about this in the last episode with the tripartite view. And one of the reasons why the charismatic movement, which is growing very much in the world, is part of the Great Delusion. Watch my series on that. The charismatic movement, one of the things it teaches is that a Christian can be, I'm not signaling anything, I'm just moving my hat because my hat is tight on my head. A Christian can be possessed by a demon. Now that is an incredibly false theology. And one way to prove that is right here through 1 Samuel 16, verse 14. The Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, which what? Which allowed the harmful spirit from the Lord to torment him. You can't have two things. You can't have the Spirit of God and also be tormented or oppressed or possessed by a demon or an evil spirit. So this refutes the charismatic teaching in one verse. Very important to know that. There's also the medium at Endor in 1 Samuel 28, which we'll go into detail in the future. This was a demon appearing as Samuel. It's not Samuel the prophet being summoned by a medium. It is a demon impersonating Samuel, an evil spirit, that God has allowed so that Saul would be deceived and ultimately be judged for his rebellion. In Matthew 8, verse 29, we see demons interacting with Jesus, and behold, they cry out, "What have you to do with us, O Son of God? Have you come here to torment us before the time?" So they knew that there was an appointed day now that the Messiah has arrived to judge and destroy all things. Now these demons were possessing people. They were very aggressive. They were very strong. People couldn't overwhelm them. So there's something interesting there. But nonetheless, the word here for the demons, like if you go to verse 28, the word is not pneuma, like a spirit. The word is daimonizai, daimonizomai. So it's a different word. And this is another interesting thing, is that there's a distinction between pneuma, spirits, and daimonizomai, which is like specifically like a demon or a demonic spirit. Very interesting, because again, there are demons that seem they're just in total rebellion to God. And there are spirits who do God's bidding as judgment. Do you understand? So this is an interesting distinction, which would suggest that the idea that maybe the Nephilim have something to do with these rebellious demons might be true. Matthew 12, verse 43 through 45. Return of an unclean spirit. When the unclean spirit has gone out of a person, it passes through waterless places, seeking rest, but it finds none. Then it says, "I will return to my house from which I came," and when it comes, it finds the house empty, swept, and put in order. Then it goes and brings with it 7 other spirits more evil than itself, and they enter and dwell there. And the last state of the person is worse than the first. So also will it be with this evil generation. So there's this, idea that there's unclean spirits and that they can take over people. And certainly there's evidence of that. In Acts 16, verse 16, we see that the fortune teller, as we were going to the place of prayer, we were met by a slave girl who had a spirit of divination and brought her owners much gain by fortune telling. Now this spirit is, the word here is pneuma, I believe. Yeah, it's pneuma. Right? So it's not daimonizomai, it's pneuma. So again, there's that distinction. I don't know how valuable it is, but nevertheless, there is a distinction. And the spirit was really helped. Now, is it a familiar spirit? Because that's mentioned in the Old Testament. People who have familiar spirits, who summon these little, kind of like a pet, like a spiritual pet. but they're, a familiar spirit. That's something that God explicitly warns about in the Old Testament. Don't do that. Where are those spirits from? Are they spirits that God created? Or are they spirits that were disembodied from the Nephilim that are roaming around looking for either people to possess or, witches and warlocks to basically, control them? I don't know. 1 Corinthians 10 verse 20. No, I imply that what pagan sacrifice they offer to demons. This is also daemonizomai, and not to God. I do not want you to be participants with demons. So there is an understanding that when people offered things to idols, again, people believed that spirits inhabited those idols. That's why when God says, I'm going to bring judgment on these gods of Egypt, it's not just talking about destroying the buildings. There's a spiritual component here that's going on. So, conclusion, spirits exist. They do God's bidding. They're not necessarily evil, but they will carry out judgment and bring evil upon people if God has decreed that. Some spirits, like Satan, are allowed to do things like, on Job, to test them, or as judgment on the wicked. There's a lot of verses in the New Testament that mention demons, but again, they're distinguished from pneuma and spirits, and it's not clear. The hierarchy, there's obviously a hierarchy for heaven and angelic beings. There seems to be distinctions in terms of evil spirits as well. There's the fallen angels, there's demons, there's familiar spirits, there's Satan, obviously. So there's a hierarchy there too, but again, there's no point in really getting obsessed with it because we aren't given the specifics as to the origin of demons. They exist. There's evil spirits, there's demons, but we aren't given specifically the origin because it's not important. The most important point is that God is sovereign over evil spirits. That's why he's revealing to you evil spirits and demons and various things, is again to point you back to him, that he is sovereign over these things. Do you get it? But people don't follow that logic. They get lost in the hierarchies and all these various demons and the hell realm and the 70 levels of hell and all this kind of stuff from Paradise Lost. I mean, it's all just nonsense. It's really just fairy tales. I personally think it's possible that Nephilim contributed to the existence of demons because there's a lot of supernatural aspects to the Nephilim. But either way, they were either created at the beginning as the villains. They either came from the death of the Nephilim, or maybe there's some sort of rebellion in the spiritual realm that caused all the things. Maybe all three. Because we looked at all three. We looked at the Nephilim. We looked at Revelation 12, the Satan taking, more stars with him. We looked at, various just evil spirits running around like familiar spirits. So who knows? It really is. It could be a combination of all these three things. The point is to not be dogmatic and remember once more that these things reveal to you the truth that God is sovereign over everything. That's the thing to remember. Now, let's take a quick break and we'll be back for some Book of Enoch. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed that little interlude. I had to get some water and my hat was really bothering me. So I want to talk about the Book of Enoch because obviously you can't have an episode on the Nephilim and not talk about the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch is an extra biblical book. It has a lot of details about the fallen angels leaving their estate and doing various things. A lot of people use the Book of Enoch to, justify their belief in the Nephilim. I think it's okay, but ultimately we're going to look at why the Book of Enoch should not be accepted as primary evidence. But nevertheless, they talk about how they came to Earth, they became their own gods, they copulated with women, they gave birth to the Nephilim, they taught humanity all these various technologies, ultimately to destroy them, and how the antediluvian world, meaning pre-flood, was this one world system of just horrible things. It was a one world system of demigods and principalities totally under evil control and rebellion, which the Bible hints at in Genesis 6, but again, it doesn't tell you these things because God knows that the mind is very fickle. We tend to go for things that are very obvious. We go for the lust of the eyes. We love fairy tales. We love mythology. And the Bible doesn't reveal those things to you because it's not going to put a snare for you. The Bible is about Christ. It is about the supremacy of God. And all the things that are mentioned are designed, again, to point you to the truth. So I want to look at this website called 1c15.co.uk Enoch. Really just says 19 reasons why First Enoch is not in the Bible. You need to understand this because, again, it's walking the narrow road. I'm not a person that discounts Enoch totally. Okay, this is a good practice in walking the narrow road. It's not about one way or another. It's about understanding, okay, what's the balance? What's the dance of life, man? What's the dance of life between these two seemingly opposite beliefs? One of them is we got to disregard Enoch altogether. It's nonsense, just fairy tales. Okay, well, Enoch has some things that corroborate what the Bible says, and it is very interesting because it's also supported by historical evidence. On the other hand, the Bible is the source of truth, and there's a reason why the Bible omits all of these ridiculous details that are in Enoch, and there's a lot of contradictions in Enoch with the Bible, so that should tell you something. So walk the narrow road. We acknowledge a supernatural existence, a supernatural creation, while also acknowledging that the only primary piece of evidence is the Bible. It's the Word of God. So let's take a look without further ado. This is a article. It's actually very well put together, but there's a bunch of reasons we're going to go through. Number one, we have no manuscripts dating to the time Enoch lived. All manuscripts are from the 2nd century BC and newer. Because the person who wrote Enoch, by the way, wasn't actually Enoch. So that should tell you something. Let's see. Number 3, Jude is refuting either First Enoch or those that follow Enochian tradition. Either way, it's not good for the Enochians. This is the... we're going to look at this. It's in Jude. It's in the first chapter of Jude, where there is a mention in verse 14 through 15 that seems like it's like Jude is referencing Enoch, which he's not if you read it in context. And I think this is what the explanation. In Venice, Italy, 2003, Paolo Sacchi, a guru in the field of Enoch, gave a paper entitled History of the Earliest Enochic Texts. He makes these observations concerning the Book of the Watchers. The origin of evil in the world lies in the angelic sin that contaminated the whole world. 2, the impure truly exists in nature as an outcome of the angelic sin. Impurity in the root is the root of evil in history. Besides, the devil continues his work in the world. The focus then of the central message of the Book of the Watchers is to demonstrate through genealogical and narrative speculations on angels based on Genesis 6 that chaos and evil in the world are due to angelic sin. Do you understand? It's pivoting you away from humanity's sin. It's a subtle way to take your attention off of being totally depraved, which means you need a savior. It's very subtle. Again, the devil is the most subtle creature that God has ever made. When he attacks your theology, he's going to do it very subtly. And that's why the New Age people love to do it, because it's always about, just a quick break, but this is important. It's always about somebody else. Do you get it? Especially in the New Age. It's always about the big, dark, evil reptilian forces or the evil spiritual forces. It's never about how corrupt humanity is. It's never how corrupt your human heart is. That the heart is desperately wicked. Jeremiah 17:9. And who can understand it, how wicked it is? That's what he says. The heart is desperately wicked. But if you can be convinced that, it's these bad guys that started the whole mess that we're in, humanity is actually good, then you can be convinced with other deceptions. Do you understand? It's a subtle way to transfer culpability. And the less culpable you feel, the less need of a savior you have. It's very antichrist. Moving on. It seems then that the function of Jude's reference to the Enochic traditions, which we will go through, is to demonstrate and emphasize, note how ungodly appears 4 times in the verse, that evil in our present world is due to human rebellion, not angelic sin. So Jude is using their own text, First Enoch, against Enochians. So it's not what people who love Enoch love to say. Jude is not citing Enoch. Jude is, if anything, using the mythology that's pointed to in Enoch to say it's not true. He's taking the Enochic tradition and saying evil is here not because of the angelic sin, it's because of ungodly human rebellion. And thus we cannot blame the evil of the world purely on angels. Humans partook in that evil. That's right. Part of the forbidden fruit, folks, is that you are not totally depraved. That you are inherently good. Now, how does that work? Well, if you can choose the good from the evil equally, which is libertarian free will, then there's something in you that has the possibility for good outside of a relationship with God. Do you understand? The only way that you can choose the good, truly, is by being born again and having a relationship with God, because only God is good. And when he is in you, you have free will in the sense that you're able to choose the good. You weren't able to before that. Even the good that you do, you do it selfishly and through your own ambition. This is the revelation of the Bible. But Luciferianism, New Age, libertarian free will theology is all about denying total depravity. And of course, this Nephilim thing falls into it. It's mythology designed to shift the blame off of humanity onto these big, bad, evil angels that came and, basically plunged the world into all this problem, reaction solution stuff. When in fact, again, God decreed these things. Interesting side note, the assumption of Moses. The reference to the dispute of Michael the archangel with the devil over the body appears to function in precisely the same way, meaning it's like Jude is using it to criticize. He's not using it to reference as if it's a legitimate authority. Here we have another reference to speculative traditions from the Second Temple period. The assumption of Moses was a particular speculative tradition. Scholars are agreed that the comment of Jude is clear reference to the lost ending of this work, the Assumption of Moses. Jude refers to this work to show that the greatest angel of all did not, this is really split up kind of hard, so I'm sorry if I'm reading it slowly. The greatest angel of all did not have the authority to rebuke the devil, but committed the issue to God himself. Hence, all appeal to angelic authority is worthless. So Jude is using their own text yet again against them also. Do you understand what Jude is doing? There was a tradition about the Assumption of Moses that, there was this debate over the body of Moses. This is a tradition that Jude is commenting on. And the point is that even Archangel Michael, who everybody knew was like one of the chief princes, did not have the authority to rebuke the devil, but said, "The Lord rebuke you." What is the point? That means that angels have no authority. They do, the ones who obey God do God's bidding, and they're very humble about it, and they do God's bidding. The ones who rebelled, they don't have any authority. Especially now that Christ has been manifest, they have no authority. Remember, he went to the spirits in prison. He went to Tartarus and proclaimed to them the truth, showed them that he resurrected. Boom. It's over, buddy. Or buddies. It's over. So they have no authority. So getting lost in angelic principalities and angelology and genealogies and all this stuff, it's meaningless. It's just a distraction. That's what Jude is saying. Moving on, list of reasons why you should not accept the Book of Enoch. Number 5, it is of the apocryphal intertestamental period, just like many books that were not considered part of the canon. At best, we can assume First Enoch was written pre-Jude. The Book of Enoch is intertestamental at its best. It would have been written down before the conclusion of the Old Testament and the beginning of the New Testament, and therefore could not be an inspired work. Note that there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that Noah's great-grandfather Enoch actually wrote this, or that it was passed down to be written intertestamental as oral tradition. Absolutely none, especially considering the Jews stopped only orally transmitting things as important as prophetic words thousands of years prior. Likewise, First Enoch was never included in their canon. Some argue that certain Aramaic sections of the fragments we have seem quite old, but something seeming a certain way isn't good enough, which is true. Seem is not a standard. We can't be appealing to feelings here. So it's true. There was never a point in time when Enoch was considered part of the Jewish canon. It wasn't referenced. You'll see that it wasn't referenced by anybody, really. If anything, Jude was referencing or pointing to it in a way to criticize it. Number 6, the Jews consider the canon closed. Jews never saw First Enoch as canonical. Very important. And of course, I'm not going to read all these. I'm just going to read the headlines for some of them. But this is a great article that you can look at. Very much, if you're all about the Book of Enoch or you know somebody who is, send this to them. It'll be in the references. Thank you so much. Oh, I love it when a motorcycle just blasts past my face while I'm recording. Number 7, Jews rejected Apocrypha, which again, if you're a Christian, you should reject the Apocrypha too, because it has Antichrist things like praying for the dead, being able to change somebody's salvation after they've died. It's nonsense. But the Catholic Church accepts it, so there you go. Number 8, Jesus made clear no intertestamental books were part of either canon. Very important point. Jesus continually says, it is written, as God says, the word of the Lord, etc. And sometimes says this to the Pharisees directly. He never quotes other books outside the Old Testament. The Son of Man references were added later. See later in this article, we're going to look at that. The Pharisees don't disagree with Jesus about the scripture he quotes also, affirming our closed Jewish canon, because the canon of the Jews was closed by that point. You had the law and the prophets, and every time Jesus quoted from scripture, they didn't disagree with him, because he was quoting from the canon. Jesus and the apostles quoted from the Old Testament about 300 times. Matthew 23:35, Jesus refers to the martyrdom of the first martyr, Abel, to the last, Zechariah. And this is also when the canon stops. Nothing in the next 400 years are mentioned. So in a sense, he affirms that timeline. No Apocrypha, no First Enoch. Here's a good one. Number 9, First Enoch contradicts Scripture. And now on to some of the things it says which are not scriptural. References are from First Enoch. So there's a lot here. Let's see, we'll read a couple of these. On to about chapter 11, from chapter 10 to chapter 11, details that are, after the deluge, then righteousness would be restored and evil would be eliminated. This contradicts the Old Testament, it contradicts the New Testament. Really, everything. So it has a lot of really contradictory things to say about, like the plan of salvation, really, and how we're saved, how we're made righteous, how God is redeeming people. It's pretty antichrist as far as that goes. Enoch chapter 2 contradicts 2 Peter 3, where it says that things have been going on in the same way since the beginning of creation, which is literally an argument 2 Peter warns about. In chapter 10, it condemns itself by having Enoch talk about someone saying something to Noah. Enoch was taken up before Noah was born, and this is not given in the prophetic form. So again, it's self-contradictory. If Enoch actually wrote this, then Enoch could not have talked to Noah because Enoch was taken. Now, this is also something to mention here because, again, there's a little error with everything. Enoch was not taken up to heaven. Enoch was given a peaceful death. And you'll understand as we go later in this series that he was not taken up into heaven, but rather he was just given an immediate peaceful death. That is a gift from God. And that is a gift because death is often painful, especially if you're a prophet and people are looking to kill you and to torture you. Then being given an immediate death is actually a gift because the next thing you're aware of is the resurrection. So God is really bringing you to himself in that sense. Chapter 20 incorrectly assigns the roles of both Gabriel and Michael. So there's some weird things as far as, like actual roles compared to what the Bible says. Because remember, Michael is one of the chief princes. Chapter 10, verse 8 places the blame for the fallen angels on some angel named Azazel, which is not scriptural. Azazel, by the way, means Az-Azel, which is for the goat that goes away. People have made this entire mythology on Azazel being like this big demon and stuff. Well, really, in the Bible, Az-Azel is just talking about the scapegoat, the goat that goes away. It's not talking about a demon. They're not offering the goat to the demon. God would never have them do something like that. But again, these are mythologies. And people believe these things because they don't do word studies. They don't do in-depth study like this. They go for the low-hanging fruit. In general, Enoch details Enoch going down to earth after being taken up by God, and that's not supported by the rest of Scripture. It's not precisely rejected, but no one else that God took made a habit of coming back. Well, yeah, again, God didn't take Enoch to heaven. He gave Enoch a peaceful death, an immediate peaceful death, to save him from being taken by all the evil that was happening in the world because he was preaching against it. And of course, they would have probably tortured him and doing who knows what other horrible things. So he was saved in that sense. But yeah, Enoch says that he went up and then came back. So there you go. It contradicts scripture. Now, this guy found another list about 36 different things that contradict scripture. I'm not going to read them to you, but they're there. There are so many contradictions of Enoch with scripture. I'm just going to go through some of these more major points. Number 10, internal content is speculative and based on musings from Genesis 6. So it's speculative. A lot of it is speculative, which, of course, if you've read both of those, if you read the Bible and you read Enoch 1, you see the vast amount of embellishment, which, again, is kind of like a red flag moment because a lot of the pagan cultures loved mythology. They loved to embellish. And the Bible is just very straight, matter of fact. It gives you the details that you need, and everything is pointing to Christ. First Enoch is never publicly affirmed at any church council, as well as the entire Apocrypha. Yeah, it was never included as canon by the church. And the canon evolved naturally. The Catholic Church did not create the canon, okay? That's another thing that seems to pop up with this topic. Oh, the Catholic Church created the canon, and Enoch is this hidden text, and they don't want you to know the truth. No, the canon evolved organically, just like the canon of the Old Testament. Same thing with the New. It evolved organically through believers, through people citing different things and recognizing through the Spirit that certain writings were authoritative and certain others weren't. It's actually pretty profound how it came together. I'll do a study on that in the future, but nonetheless, number 12, very few church fathers were deceived into thinking First Enoch was canonical, which that's not super strong point because the church fathers were all over the place. So they're not my first place to go for any kind of theology or authority. But nonetheless, that is something to say that most of them did not believe First Enoch was authoritative. 13, didn't even make the Septuagint. Septuagint was a Greek translation by the Jews. They didn't consider Enoch to be part of it. No doctrine was relied on by disputed books. First Enoch was disputed. First Enoch was very disputed, and that's another signal that, the Spirit didn't guide the writings. Warnings of Paul, we went through those warnings, the various things to not be, to Timothy about wandering off into myths and fairy tales and genealogies. All these things, what do you think they're pointing to? They're pointing to these Gnostic / secret knowledge hunters, like the Book of Enoch, which was very popular. And same with Jude. He's pointing to these things and criticizing them. Verse 17, the Holy Spirit didn't lead them to add it to the canon at any point in the whole church. True. Number 19, last one. Son of Man texts were later additions. Scholars recognize the Son of Man references to be later additions. Problematic for those who want to claim First Enoch is quoted by Jesus. And secondly, Jesus is clearly quoting Daniel. First Enoch could easily be accused of pillaging from Daniel if it were pre-Jesus, still the problem of being in the Apocrypha. This fact is quite the death blow to a lot of conspiracy theorists. So what is the point here? The Son of Man references were added later in the Book of Enoch. Jesus is not quoting the Son of Man from Enoch. He's quoting the Son of Man from Daniel, which was written, Daniel was in 400, 500 BC area. So many centuries before the Book of Enoch was written and many centuries before Christ. And of course, the vision that Daniel had is the vision that that Jesus is referencing on his trial with the Pharisees, where they tear his robe and they say, oh, he's utter blasphemy. Okay, go ahead, commit him to death. So he's quoting Daniel. Daniel is scripture, but the Book of Enoch is not. So why is that important? Well, it's very important because the Book of Enoch is used by a lot of people. It's interesting. I'm not saying don't read it because it's blasphemous or anything, but just realize that it's not inspired. It's not, it's very likely was a forgery in the sense that, not a forgery, but it was, the person who wrote it was not Enoch. Do you get my point? And the reason they said Enoch is to give it credibility. So that alone is like, kind of a Fennec Fox moment, but ultimately it's not written by the actual Enoch. it has a lot of mythology. It has many contradictions with Scripture. The Son of Man things were added later, and so there's nobody ever quoted from Enoch. Nobody recognized this book as authoritative. However, it could be historical. It could be historical in the sense that it describes something that the Bible also describes. And we have physical, extra-biblical historical evidence, which we will go through, that you'll see that something is going on, or it went on at least. Now, I want to go back to that whole Jude thing and break it down. This is Jude 1, verses 14 through 15, because a lot of people say, see, this is quoting Enoch. It was also about these that Enoch, the seventh from Adam, prophesied, saying, behold, the Lord comes with 10,000 of his holy ones to execute judgment on all and to convict all the ungodly of their deeds of ungodliness that they have committed in such an ungodly way, and of all the harsh things that ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Remember that earlier in Jude, we looked at how he's reminding, this is what is the title of this chapter? Judgment on false teachers. And he's talking about these people who are infiltrating the church, they're false converts, false people. And he's reminding them who has the authority. God is the authority. How do you know that? Well, because in verse 5, he, destroyed all those who didn't believe. In verse 6, it was the angels he put in judgment who rebelled. Just like in Sodom, when they had all sorts of immoral acts, he judged them as well. So he's reminding them who has authority. Verse 9 is about Archangel Michael contending with the devil. Archangels don't have any authority. It's God who has authority. So all of that context is now talking about the same thing here. And very likely, people say that this is quoting the Book of Enoch, because there's a line in there. I didn't pull up the verse from Enoch, but there's a line in there about God coming with his 10,000 of his holy ones. But in reality, Deuteronomy 33 verse 2 says exactly the same thing. He said, the Lord came from Sinai and dawned from Seir upon us. He shone forth from Mount Paran. He came from the 10,000s of holy ones with flaming fire at his right hand. There's actually a few verses like this in the Bible where there's this notion that when God appears in full glory, at least sometimes, he appears with an army, the 10,000 of his holy ones, meaning he comes with an army. Of course, at the end of time, you know that Jesus will appear with his holy ones, right? He appears with an army and destroys the beast system. So that's consistent. It's consistent that God appears, at least sometimes, with his army. So what's the point? Deuteronomy was written long time ago. It was written by Moses, and that was much more before the Book of Enoch. So is it likely that Jude is quoting Enoch, or is he quoting Deuteronomy? That he's quoting this idiom or this idea that God appears with his 10,000 of his holy ones. So again, this is just poor scholarship to say that Enoch was, this book that is being hidden from our eyes. It's really not. Enoch is a book that was written. It's a historical book that shows the attitudes of the times. It shows important things, for sure. There's some things in the cosmology series that we'll talk about, like the Enoch's gates, about cosmology and the sun and the moon. But take it all with a grain of salt. It's also embellished, very clearly so. It's very against the gospel. There's a lot of contrary things to the scriptures, so it cannot be written by the Holy Spirit. Right away, that should be an immediate red flag. Nobody considered it authoritative. So take it with a grain of salt. It reveals what it reveals. It reveals that giants were the result of fallen angels. There are some sort of hybrid, but it's not something for you to obsess over. People today have gotten so lost in the things that Paul warns about, like endless genealogies, worship of angels, hierarchies in the underworld or hierarchies in the heavenly realm. It's just a distraction, folks. It's all designed to distract you from the gospel, from studying what really matters, and really from believing that you're totally depraved, because it shifts the blame for all the evil in the world to these fallen angels rather than to man, which is what the Bible reveals to you. Which came first in Genesis? The rebellion in the garden or the rebellion of the fallen angels? Well, the answer is the rebellion in the garden. Do you see how this is an inversion of the truth? And in fact, even that whole pre-cosmic war thing that the Mormons and the Adventists and the New Agers and so many people unfortunately believe in this nonsense. Do you see how that inverts the cause of evil? It puts all the cause of evil on angels, Satan, the rebellion, then God responds to that, and then we're created and so on. Whereas the Bible says God created a world that is perfect. He put man in the garden, and man disobeyed God. And because of that, we fell. And after that, eventually, the angels disobeyed too, because they listened to the devil, just like man listened to the devil. So ultimately, take it with a grain of salt. It's just a subtle temptation to get into things that you shouldn't. Some people even think that they are fallen angels reincarnated. Of course, if you know people like Jonathan Kleck, he's been, I don't know if he's still doing videos, but he used to be very popular a couple of years ago. He's extremely deceived. Very likely a Jesuit operative or Freemason, but he's totally into the occult and Gnostic, understandings and this whole pre-cosmic war and reincarnation and all kinds of just horrible things. He was one of the first people that I ran into when I first came to Christ, and it threw me for a spin. But God uses everything for the good. He used that deceiver to make me really desire to know the Word of God. I got so confused, and I hope that you haven't run into him. And if you haven't, then don't go, studying his work unless you want to refute him. Just be careful. He's very deceptive. But Jonathan Kleck is an example. Stephen Quayle is another one we'll look at. They all believe in this pre-Adamic, first earth age, serpent seed, two creations in Genesis, new agey stuff. I've refuted it in one of my videos in my debunked playlist. It's all just one mishmash of mythology. I plan on releasing a serpent seed study in the future that will really debunk this once and for all, hopefully, for the people who have ears to hear, but it's so seductive. The two creations in Genesis thing is so seductive if you don't have proper hermeneutics. If you don't read in context, if you like to go for the low-hanging fruit, if your ears are teeny tiny instead of big, 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 then you will be easily fooled by these things, folks, because they're very seductive. But all of these things that I mentioned touch on fallen angel mythology, which is why, again, this is just a distraction from the truth. Now, last but not least, I want to go through some physical evidence for the giants, and we're also going to look at the significance of Mount Hermon. Now, as far as extra biblical evidence for giants, there's quite a bit. I'm not going to go through every single thing that there is, obviously, but I want to give you enough to show you that this is real. There are giants, there were giants, and they were very impressive. Our first stop is a book called Genesis 6 Giants, written by Stephen Quayle. We're not going to go through it, but I want to show you the table of contents, and I want to show you it for a very particular reason. This is Genesis 6 Giants package. You can go online and buy it, but it's a good book. I've read it. But here's the problem with Genesis 6 Giants. You see the table of contents? What does he believe? Pre-Adamic earth, the destruction of the angelic civilization, pre-Adamic science. What is all this stuff? I can tell you what it is. It's fairy tales. So to all his credit, Stephen Quayle does a great job of documenting historical evidence for giants. This book is loaded with historical evidence. Very good book in that regard. But it also has a lot of bones. Bones like the pre-Adamic earth, the destruction of the angelic civilization, pre-cosmic times. This is all New Age fairy tale stuff, folks. The Mormons believe in this stuff. And so do the New Agers, and so do so many other people. Remember, the best lie that there ever is one that has a truth in it. Always has a little bit of truth to build rapport with you and then introduce the deception. There's a lot of evidence of giants with 6 fingers and 6 toes and red hair, 2 rows of teeth, all across the world. We're going to look at a little bit of it today, but the point is that these giants were before the flood and also after the flood. They were worshipped as demigods. Some of them also inspired the mythology of gods in these pagan cultures, like Greece, like the Hindus, the Indians. the Canaanites, all of these had their pantheon with their various principalities. They were based on real beings. Of course, these were false beings that were pretending to be God, but nonetheless, they were real. But the problem is, again, the truth is twisted with fiction, so you have to be very careful. Pre-atomism, two-earth creations, angelic, cosmic civilization before time, all this stuff is nonsense, and I debunk it in my video of the same topic. So look at my debunked playlist if you're curious. Nevertheless, again, it just shifts your attention to angels, subtle narcissism, like with Jonathan Clegg, he believes he's a reincarnated fallen angel, so the idea is, okay, oh Lord, I just don't get lost in this stuff, but the idea that people like Jonathan Clegg, he's not the only one, he's just, highlight. The idea that they teach is that, okay, there was this pre-cosmic war, and the fallen angels, the angels that sided with Satan, are reincarnated as you and I. You and I are actually fallen angels, apparently, that chose to side with Satan in that original rebellion. And of course, they use Revelation 12 as proof. But if you read Revelation 12, it's not about a pre-cosmic event. It's something that happened in history with the arrival of the Messiah. Nonetheless, that's what they use. And so it's our job now to remember who we are as angels and repent. And it's just this, oh man, it's such a confusing mishmash of narcissism, false gospel, false history, horrible Bible interpretation. It's so crazy. So anyway, don't get into that stuff. Don't be distracted by it unless you want to expose it. Definitely expose it. But this is what they believe, and all of these things just ultimately create this man-centered gospel. It's a false gospel where it shifts the attention away from God revealing everything and predestining everything for his glory, to reveal himself, to God reacting to other created beings. And, the source of sin is not, your sinful heart, but actually these fallen angels or whatever else. It's just nonsense. It really is. Now, let's look at Josephus. Josephus has something cool to say. This is Antiquities of the Jews, Book 5. And we're going to look down here that Josephus wrote about a giant somewhere. Here it is. This is chapter 2, section 3. It says, "For which reason they removed their camp to Hebron, and when they had taken it, they slew all the inhabitants. There were till then left the race of giants, who had bodies so large and countenances so entirely different from other men that they were surprising to the sight and terrible to the hearing. The bones of these men are still shown to this very day, unlike to any credible relations of other men." So these bones it seems like they were decaying slower. They were huge. They looked different than any other kind of man. They sounded like horrible. So very different beings that we're dealing with. This is the Patagon from Wikipedia. The Patagons, or Patagonian giants, were a race of giant humans rumored to be living in Patagonia and described in early European accounts. They were said to have exceeded at least double normal human height, with some accounts giving heights of 13 to 15 feet or more. Is that consistent with the Bible? It is. Tales of these people would maintain a hold upon European conceptions of the region for nearly 300 years. History. The first mention of these people came from the voyage of Ferdinand Magellan and his crew, who claimed to have seen them while exploring the coastline of South America to the Molucca Islands in their circumnavigation in the 1520s. Antonio Pigafetta, one of the expedition's few survivors and the chronicler of Magellan's expedition, wrote in his account about their encounter with the natives twice a normal person's height. This is the account. "One day we suddenly saw a naked man of giant stature on the shore of the port, dancing, singing, and throwing dust on his head. The captain general, i.e. Magellan, sent one of our men to the giant so that he might perform the same actions as the sign of peace. Having done that, the man led the giant to an islet where the captain general was waiting. When the giant was in the captain general in our own presence, he marveled greatly, and made signs with one finger raised upward, believing that we had come from the sky. He was so tall that we only reached to his waist, and he was well proportioned." This is actually a very important detail, that he was well proportioned. Keep that in mind, that these giants were not just gigantism, which we'll look at. They were muscular, they were well-proportioned beings. So very, very different. But the Patagonian giants, there's a whole thing about that with these explorers, the Spaniards, they saw giants on the coastlines. So giants were also not just in the Middle East, but around the world. This is Sitka with the Native Americans. According to the reports of Northern Peyote oral history, the Sitka or Siduka or Saiti, after a term said to be used by the Sitka to refer to another group, were a legendary tribe who the Northern Peyotes fought a war with and eventually wiped out or drove away from the area, with the final battle having taken place at what is now known as Lovelock Cave near Nevada, United States. They had red hair and are often, though not always, described as having been cannibals, which points to all the evil that happened on the earth in those days in Genesis 6. In some versions of the legend, they were giants. In 1911, a large amount of artifacts and mummified human remains were discovered under 3 to 6 feet of guano by the miners in Lovelock Cave. Excavations. A written report by James Hart, the first of the 2 miners to excavate the cave in the fall of 1911, recalls that in the northern central part of the cave, about 4 feet deep, was a striking-looking body of a man 6 feet 6 inches tall. His body was mummified, his hair distinctly red. Unfortunately, in the first year of mining, some of the human remains and artifacts were lost and destroyed. The best specimen of the adult mummies was boiled and destroyed by a local fraternal lodge, which wanted the skeleton for initiation purposes. I wonder why. Of course, all the occult things that were going on during those days. And also the conspiracies with the Smithsonian and how they just, any kind of find that was found, they basically took it over, which is just this whole conspiracy thing. But now, let's see. This is from DNA Consultants. This is giants with... oh yeah, okay. I messed up. I was reading something wrong. This is the moon people from also kind of the Patagonian area or Indian area. The Cherokee called them the moon people. The Utes and the Paiutes spoke of hideous race of cannibals, 10 feet tall, living in caves. And the Choctaw also have an account of the race of giants that first colonized the Ohio Valley. What kind of Indians lived in the territory the Choctaw and the Chickasaw carved out of their new home? According to their traditions, reports Cushman, as confirmed by excavations of bones in Tennessee, it was a race of white giants. White giants with red hair. The tradition of the Choctaws told of a race of giants that once inhabited the now state of Tennessee and with whom their ancestors fought when they arrived in the Mississippi in their migration from the west. Doubtless Old Mexico. Their tradition states that Nuchalo, the race of giants, literally wizards. Now, interesting that it's Nahulo, and there's kind of Nephilim, kind of a similar tie there to some degree, was of a wonderful stature, but as their tradition of the mastodon, which used to be found on the Great Plains, so this was also considered to be but a foolish fable. The creature of a wild imagination, when lo, their exhumed bones again proved the truth of the Choctaw's tradition. So everybody thought this was just a myth, and then they found the bones, and they realized that this wasn't a myth. And by the way, this is a race of giants called wizards. So they engaged in sorcery and the occult, which is interesting. These giants would have been Refinesques Atlans. Cushman then recounts the discovery in 1880 at a burial mound site near Plano, Texas, of human bones of enormous size, the femoral bones being 5 inches longer than the ordinary length, and the jaw bones so large as to slip over the face of a man with ease. Imagine such a being. Cushman goes on to identify them with the older occupants of North America, alleged Allegheny or Tallegheny. Many historians, moreover, speculate that they were the builders of the Adena Mounds. As for the Chickasaw, Cushman notes that they have no record of their history before the colonial period, although it is assuredly the same as the Choctaws, being one tribe and people until the division made by their 2 chiefs, Chickasaw and Choctaw, many years after their arrival and location east of the Mississippi. Of the Natchez, Cushman records that they, quote, if tradition may be believed, also came from Mexico where they had lived for centuries. A story was told by the Comanches in 1857. Innumerable moons ago, a race of white men 10 feet high and far more rich and powerful than any white people now living here inhabited a large range of the country, extending from the rising to the setting of the sun. Their fortifications crowned the summits of the mountains, protecting their populous cities situated in the intervening valleys. They excelled every other nation which was flourished, either before or since, in all manner of cunning handcraft. They were brave and they were warlike, ruling over the land they had wrestled from its ancient predecessors with a high and haughty hand. Compared with them, the pale faces of the present day were pygmies in both art and arms. They drove the Indians from their homes, putting them to the sword, and occupying the valleys in which their fathers had dwelt before them since the world began. At length, in the height of their power and glory, when they remembered justice and mercy no more, and became proud and lifted up, the Great Spirit descended from above and sweeping them with fire and deluge from the face of the earth. Isn't that interesting? This is a Native American tale, which is similar to Genesis 6. Now, this probably maybe happened after the flood, so there were multiple rebellions going on, and of course the Bible doesn't reveal to you everything that happened in history. It's revealing to you a select view of history that deals with God choosing a people for his plan of salvation. But God was very active in the world. Moving on. The mounds the Indians, had seen on the tablelands were the remnants of their fortresses and the crumbling ruins that surrounded us that reminded of a mighty city. The word Nahulu or Nahulo is now emphatically applied to the white race and no other. The Nahulo were of white complexion, according to Choctaw tradition, and were still an existing people at the time of the advent of the Choctaws to Mississippi, concludes Cushman. In agreement, the Indian trader Adair often refers to Nani Ishtabulu as departed white ghosts vested with spiritual powers whose descendants were priests and magicians. Their cries and magic spells could be still heard in the mounds like those at the Umulchi, maybe because they persist after death, unlike human beings. Who knows? These references contribute to the suspicion that the Indians who preceded the Asiatic tribes from Mexico were, as we would say today, Caucasian. Very interesting bit of history there. About exactly a year ago on this blog, we published a post about Neanderthals in America, mentioning also the peculiar archaic skeleton that is now a roadside attraction in Arizona called The Thing. In the meantime, we acquired a copy of Fritz Zimmermann's book, The Nephilim Chronicles, which produces over 300 historical accounts of giant skeletons. Many are associated with the earliest mound sites in America, but Zimmermann's survey of this worldwide phenomenon ranges from the hunter-fisher people of the Northeast Europe and red paint people whose movements were circumpolar to the giants of the Bible, noted by the Babylonian Talmud as having double rows of teeth, and giant remains in the British Isles. Pages 150, whatever. Navajo legends speak of the Starnake people, a regal race of white giants endowed with mining technology who dominated the West, enslaved lesser tribes, and had strongholds all throughout the Americas. By the way, there's an interesting, I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory, I haven't looked too much into it, but there is something interesting about the discoveries in the Grand Canyon, if you know anything about that, and how the Smithsonian covered it all up. It's very fascinating stuff. They were either extinguished or went back to the heavens. The name may be a corruption of the biblical race known as the Anakim. So interesting how these things are all related. The name Og, Hebrew chief, appears to be characteristic of this. The Ogham alphabet is attributed to this cultural founder. So Ogham, which is a Native American alphabet, is attributed to this Nephilim chief, Og. Interesting how all this stuff is connected. Certainly many of the mound sites uncovered in the 19th century tell a story of constant warfare by incoming Asiatic tribes against the giants occupying the land. One grisly scene showed thousands of skeletons, male, female, and young, heaped in a mass grave with warriors' skulls pierced by arrows. It would appear that these aboriginal inhabitants of the Ohio Valley were gradually displaced. Some members of their society went over into the ranks of the new conquerors, bequeathing a strain of great stature still noticeable, for instance, in the Mobilian chief of Tuscaloosa and DeSoto's Indian queen, Kofi Choki Cookie, whatever, both of whom were said to be 7 feet tall. Now, yes, there's a picture. I wonder if they have a picture here. We'll see if I have one. But there are pictures of these Native Americans, like from the 1800s or whatever, or late 1800s, that are 7 feet tall. They're just huge. Which again, it's like they're not disproportionate. They're not suffering from gigantism. There's something that happened. And what the legends are telling you, what the narratives, or I should say the historical account is telling you, is that some of these Nephilim basically somehow joined and say, okay, I don't want to be killed. I'll join your ranks. I'll be part of your system. And they kind of imparted their genetics by having children with the female there, although I don't know how that would be possible, but either way, that seems to be the case because those things got diluted over time. You see evidence of people being like 8 feet tall, 7 feet tall, and then kind of coming back down to regular height. Here's another one. A language apparently Afro-Asiatic and close to Semitic languages. So there's a lot of evidence. We are struck by the following traits of this giant race or ethnic group from human prehistory. They all have all these things like mother goddess religion, diet emphasizing shellfish. All these things are common throughout many, many reports, whether it's in Asia or North America or wherever else. But one thing they have in common is a language apparently Afro-Asiatic and close to Semitic tongues, which is very interesting. When Denisovan man was first discovered, we had just a finger bone to go on. We can only extrapolate the look of the skull. Geneticists, however, conjecture that it was an Austronesian type. We suggest that a modern prize of science will belong to the geneticists who can derive ancient DNA to study and classify from the bones of giant hominids that are unavoidably plentiful in the archaeological and mythological records of humankind. Maybe the owner of the thing will allow researchers to borrow one of the femurs for laboratory analysis and measurement. If that's not possible, the Smithsonian, Carnegie Institute, and dozens of local historical societies throughout the Midwest have basements and storage facilities brimming with these relics from American history. Of course they do, because they've hidden it all. Now, again, I'm not appealing to like any kind of Gnostic thing like hidden knowledge, but they have hidden these things because they point to the Creator. Get the point? Especially in the 1800s, they had to push this evolution, Big Bang, heliocentric model. And so the Smithsonian was integral in hiding evidence for the flood, i.e. the dinosaur discoveries that were being made, giant discoveries. Even, like some of these things they talk about finding the DNA, I'm sure they already have had the DNA. Like when they went to Iraq, some people say that part of the mission to Iraq was to go and, find the tomb of Gilgamesh, who was a Nephilim, and basically extract his body and, graph his DNA. I mean, who knows? I mean, I wouldn't put it past these people. But again, is this something that you need to worry about? Not really. Not something to get obsessed with. This is Giants in the Historical Record. It's an article on LinkedIn by a man named John Jensen Jr., a researcher. This section will look at the evidence of both oral and written records, as well as artifacts, bones, and full skeletons that substantiate the actual existence of those post-glacial mid or smaller sized giants. Much larger than modern man, but not nearly as large as the early epoch giants. So again, these things diluted over time, which is interesting. Probably because of genetic mutations, and over time they get smaller and smaller. Because if you understand genetics, certain genes, especially as you breed, right, that you were under, first off, the Genesis curse, entropy, genetic damage to certain genes, mutations. I'm not saying evolution, but I am saying that there are epigenetic changes that get transferred over, if you know anything about that. But there's also just genetic damage. We're under the curse that happens. And so things get worse over time. That's the truth. Things don't get better. They diversify. Like there was a wolf, but now we have, wiener dogs and poodles and basset hounds and bloodhounds and all kinds of stuff. But those dogs are not very healthy. They all have some kind of defect because they've been specialized out of that original strain. The wolf is the most genetically robust. The wolves were, beautiful creatures. Of course, dogs are great, but most dog breeds, in fact, all of them have some problem. At least one. Wiener dogs have their back problems. German Shepherds have hips. certain dogs like Great Danes don't live very long because they get tumors, that they live like 10 years, old. So that's all just indicative that things specialize over time. They adapt, but they aren't getting better. Evolution is a lie. So the same applies to these giants. Probably the original ones were monsters and, maybe 40 feet tall. I don't know. Certainly there's evidence for that. But anyway, moving on. The records and artifacts suggest current Enoch giant hominids up through the post-Columbian era were the smaller of the giants, ranging between 8 to 13 feet in height and weighing between 850 and 3,200 pounds. These were the smaller of the two. The records indicate that the giants from the last great cataclysm were between 16 and 24 feet tall. Following that cataclysm, giants decreased in size down to 12 and 15 feet during the later Holocene about 3,500 years ago. One of the survivor groups of the larger giants had nearly gone extinct, a remnant tribe living in the valley of Bashan, in the foothills of the Mount Hermon in northern Israel, near the Bequel Valley. We're going to read about Bashan. It's very interesting that you need to know, again, about this spiritual war between the principalities rebelling with God. Below is a modern giant from the Roman era, Maximus Thrax, also known as the Holy Roman Emperor, Maximus. Maximus was probably the biggest man ever to hold the office of Roman emperor. So a Nephilim was basically a Roman emperor. This image of Maximus Thrax is from Wikipedia Commons and is used with permission. The historian Augustus has it that Maximus was 8.5 feet tall and so strong that he could pull laden carts unaided. The size of his footwear was also legendary, and the expression Maximus's boot came to be used in popular parlance for any tall or lanky individual. Surviving portrait busts, such as this one from the Louvre, show Maximus as a heavily muscled man with powerful jaw and closed cropped hair. The image of a seasoned soldier. Not for him the meditative spiritual pose favored by Alexander Severus. Although not going into the supposedly detailed portions of historian Augusta, the historian Herodias, a contemporary of Maximinus, mentions him as a man of great size, noting that, quote, he was in any case a man of such frightening appearance and colossal size that there is no obvious comparison to be drawn with any of the best trained Greek athletes or warrior elite of the barbarians. In any case, he was much larger, heavier, and stronger than any of the Roman court, including the gladiators and the barbarian slaves. Keep this in mind, because one argument people like to say is, it's just gigantism. Well, no, gigantism is very different than what these reports are telling you. Patagonian giants, we looked at that. The Book of Giants is another book. Again, it's, these are just historical records. The Epic of Gilgamesh talks about giants. Gilgamesh is probably a Nephilim. Herodotus in Book 1, Chapter 68 describes how the Spartans uncovered in Tegea the body of Orestes, which was 7 cubits long, around 10 feet. In his book, The Comparison of Romulus with Theseus, Plutarch describes how the Athenians uncovered the body of Theseus, which was more than ordinary size. The kneecaps of Ajax were exactly the size of a discus for the boy's pentathlon, wrote Pausanias. A boy's discus was about 12 centimeters in diameter, while a normal adult patella is around 5 centimeters, suggesting Ajax may have been around 14 feet tall. Remember, all these Nephilim inspired the legends of old. They were the mighty men of renown. They were the ones who inspired all these ancient gods and goddesses and legends. The Arabian giant Gabara was 9 feet 9 inches tall. This Arabian giant is mentioned by Pliny, who says he was the tallest man seen in the days of Claudius. Andronicus II was 10 feet in height. He was the grandson of Alexius Comnenus Nictus, probably a Roman something. Eleazar was 7 cubits, nearly 10.5 feet. Vitellius sent his giant to Rome, and he is mentioned by Josephus. Speaks of a Jew, 10 feet tall, 2 inches. So they were all over the place. The giants had corrupted mankind's DNA pretty much, not all of mankind, but they were everywhere. In all tribes and tongues, basically. Roman, Jew, didn't matter. They were infiltrating everywhere. The following is a chart of the tribes of the clans of the giants from Bashan, Mount Hermon. Now we talked about this in the very beginning. This is the Nephilim. They were the first. Then you had the Rapha or the Raphaim, which gave birth to the Emites, the Arba, who was giving birth to Anak, the Anakim, the Horites, the Avites, Zamzumites. All these people are mentioned in the Bible. And, we didn't mention like the Zamzumites, I believe, or the Horites, but, they're all there. Bashan, city of giants. This is, by the way, also another point too, like, what's that place called? Baalbek. If you know where Baalbek is, they have these giant, enormous, absolutely enormous stairs and doors and enormous blocks that are an absolute mystery as to how they got moved. There's no way that they were moved by normal people, which again, if you realize the giants did exist and they also built things. This drawing reproduction is from the book The Giant City of Bashan and Syria's Holy Places by J.L. Porter. He reports, quote, "On the spot with my own eyes, I have seen that it is literally true. The cities are there to this day. Some of them retain the ancient names recorded in the Old Testament." Remember the cities that the Native Americans talked about that were there before the Great Spirit came and destroyed them? These cities are really walled down, normally only about a hectare, 2 acres in area. They appear to be scattered around the ancient fortresses, just like outside El Kodor, which is built on a high volcanic plug. This fortress has been built and rebuilt several times since, but there is plenty of evidence of really ancient foundations and structures dating well before the Roman ruins, which are very obvious. I imagine that King Og, referred to in Numbers 21, ruled them from his fortress. So you have these giant cities, just giant places where these, there's ruins that it doesn't make sense that normal people built them. And that's a whole other can of worms as well. This is Goliath. Evidence for Goliath. There's so much in here too. Goliath city, Gath's giant-sized stones. However, it was discovered beneath the destructive layer of Hazael that has caused quite the archaeological stir. For instance, the Times of Israel news outlet stated, quote, "Digging a little deeper in 2019, they found impressive remains that predate the settlement destroyed by Hazael in 830 BC, described as supersized remains of enormous architecture and fortifications." So they were finding things even below the original findings that they found, because these things just keep piling on top of each other, which is just fascinating. These are, in the Goliath layer, the blocks measure between 1 and 2 meters, roughly 3.2 to 6.5 feet. Imagine a block 6 by 6 feet, man. A block of stone. How the heck are you going to move such a thing? And of course, people who are cynical and people who don't realize the supernatural world that we live in, oh, well, you got slaves and pulleys and logs and rocks and yeah. Come on. Really? Like, have you ever just looked at a block that's 6 by 6 feet tall and trying to figure out how you're going to build with something like that? I mean, it's just crazy. They didn't have, even today, building some of these things you would need military equipment, like the Baalbek stones. The Baalbek stones are humongous. Other than a military equipment type of situation, I don't think there's anything civil that could do anything that equivalent to lift up a stone like that and build buildings with those stones. The gates of Gath, giant-sized entrances. This is a Goliath shard. In 2005, a shard of pottery with writing called an ostracon was discovered at Tel Safi by Professor Mayer's team, who dated it to the 10th to the early 9th centuries. 2 names appear scratched in the pottery, AWLT and WLT. According to Mayer, these names are very close in spelling to Goliath. The famous biblical giant's name in Hebrew is pronounced Goliath. The pottery is typical of other examples found at Tel Safi and other sites dating from this period. So there is evidence in the archaeological record that this Goliath giant existed. The Kafar Monash horde, giant-sized spears. Remember how in the Bible it reports to you the size of the spear? Well, they found it. They found these giant spears. This is called the Kafar Monash horde. And it's Monash horde copperhead heads. The largest is 26 inches long and weighs almost 5 pounds. Remember how, they were doing the math with that same kind of, I believe the spear that guy was doing the math with was actually, the spearhead was even shorter than this. This is 26 inches. I could be wrong. I don't remember what the length was. It feels like it was a little bit less than that. But either way, 26 inches, a spearhead that weighs almost 5 pounds. I mean, that's huge. That's not, a real person is not going to make that. And so, of course, people say, oh, well, it's, they're making it just for ceremony, just so it can display. Like, come on, man. Really? The spearhead has proof that it's been used to kill people and stabbed, and it's, it's worn out is my point. It's not made for decoration, bro. It's a real spear that was made for a giant. That's what it's made for. Goliath's armor, they found that. They found these, the ridged copper plates. The great number of scales found would point to several coats of mail being hidden in the monarch hoard. The only parallel for the monarch scales was found at the Tel Gath, where identical copper scales are also forming a package were uncovered in the area of the city. This find is dated by the excavators to the early Bronze Age stratum. So again, they've found things that confirm the Bible. What's the point? Furthermore, significantly from an archaeological perspective, but consistently with biblical history, the Monarch Hoard and Tel Es Safi examples push the secular date of the development of armor back to the end of the 4th or the 3rd millennium BC. So again, history is not what we've been told, and technologies and tools and things that were being used is not what we've been told. We've been given a narrative, and that narrative is certainly biased for many reasons. Giants and humans with 6 fingers and 6 toes. This is examples of these various things. People have 6 toes. Now, of course, some of this could be polydactyly, but we'll look at this. References in text are not necessarily proof, but skeletons are. Giant skeletons have been unearthed, which has 6 digits. The remains of a giant was discovered during mining operations in Antrim, Ireland in 1895. The giant was 12 feet tall and had 6 toes on the right foot. The gross weight was more than 2 tons. So it took half a dozen men and powerful crane to place this article in position for a picture. Here's the picture. The giant was brought to England and exhibited, but was later lost. Which, again, these are designed to hide the truth, folks. Now, again, I'm not pointing to anything Gnostic here, but look at this. And these were well proportioned, meaning they had very dense bones. Remember, Josephus said that the bones were still, they didn't wither away. They were just there. Very dense bones, very high muscle mass. They were very fearsome. 6-fingered skeleton of giant on Catalina Island in California. There's a bunch. So these are 2 pictures. This is one in Ireland. Here's another one found in Catalina, California. These are again from like 1895. Bunch of people with giant skulls, warehouse of giant skulls that they found. This is a picture of a 6-fingered giant skeleton dug up by Ralph Glidden on Catalina Island near San Diego. So here he is. And, here's the skeleton that he's found. In 1891, Crittenden, Arizona, the remains of a giant was unearthed, and a huge stone coffin that had evidently once held the body of a man 12 feet tall. A carving on the granite case indicated that he had 6 toes. You see the carving? 6 fingers, 6 toes. Right and below, ancient statues with 6 digits, image of a late Iron Age musician with 6 fingers from Indre, France. Below, Nimrod with 6 fingers, hands. Notice how that Nimrod was the first one that started all this whole Babylonian sun worshipping thing with Tammuz and Semiramis back, after the flood. He was the first one. Well, Nimrod seems like he was a giant because there's a lot of depictions of him wrestling a lion like it's a puppy dog. And of course, he has 6 fingers in some of these depictions. There's depictions of people with 6 fingers. These people aren't depicting people with polydactyly. They're depicting a supernatural being, or I should say a group of beings. Sumerian statue with 6 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The ancient site of Palenque in Mexico also displayed has bas-reliefs of 6-fingered and 6-toed people. So you can see these on these little rock carvings, petroglyphs showing 6 fingers. Because that's how you know if they're Nephilim. At the Three Rivers area in New Mexico, there are numerous petroglyphs of 6 fingers. These people aren't just polydactyly and they're just having fun doing finger painting. They are immortalizing a message. the petroglyph of a 6-digit hand in Cave of the Giant Sloth, or Cueva del Milodon in Chile. So all over the world, folks. And this is, North America, South America, Europe, Asia. Legend of the Ancient Fathers with 6 fingers. South America had many mysteries. The above-mentioned 6-digit Waroni are one of them. Another is the tale of the Tatunka Nara, recorded by the journalist Carl Brugger in 1972, and published in his book format in 1976 under the title The Chronicles of Akakor. Tatunka Nara is the chief of the Unga Mongula tribe of Amazonian Indian whatever. The chronicle recounts that the Ugma Mongula were visited by light-skinned gods who came from the sky in golden vehicles around 1300 BC. The visitors came from a world called Shuerta, and they came once every 6,000 years to share their knowledge. Which, of course, if you know these are fallen angels and there is no other worlds, of course they would lie and embellish the truth and deceive these people. Like, look, we're from other planets. In appearance, the strangers from Shuerta hardly differed from man, which is an important statement. They hardly differed. They had graceful bodies and white skin. Their noble faces were framed with bluish-black hair. A thick beard covered their upper lip and the chin. Like man, they were vulnerable creatures of flesh and blood. But the decisive sign that distinguished the ancient fathers from man were the 6 fingers on each of their hands and the 6 toes on each of their feet, the characteristics of their divine origin. So that's why these people were immortalizing the 6 fingers and 6 toes. This is part of their mythology. This is a picture of one of these giant, Native Americans. The Nephilim bloodline was kind of passing through and being diluted. Remember how some of these Nephilim, they came over to the guys who were winning. They said, okay, we don't want to be killed. And they stuck and they passed down their genes. And so you have these pictures of these Native Americans that are huge, like 7 feet tall. So that's really interesting. Let's see, what else we got here? This is Sinai in Arabia unveiling the giants of Amalek. This is some petroglyphs, I think, that they found. And let's see if I highlight anything on here. I don't think I highlighted anything, but they found these petroglyphs where basically they're mentioning the Rephaim from the Bible and the Anakim. It seems that these are petroglyphs that were written down by the Israelites, and they're describing, as you can see here, these giant figures compared to some of the smaller figures, and the smaller figures were throwing arrows at the giants and taking them out. So it's very interesting archaeological evidence. Now, let's talk a little bit about Robert Wadlow, because Robert Wadlow is with giants and giantism. So a lot of people say, okay, well, maybe these are just cases of gigantism, or, gigantism, however you pronounce it, giantism, where you have people like Robert Wadlow, which we'll look at here in just a second. He was an American who was the tallest person in recorded history, whom there is irrefutable evidence. He was born and raised in Alton, Illinois. His height was 8 foot 11 inches. He was almost 9 feet tall. Now, if you know about Robert Wadlow, he didn't live very long. He died at the age of 22. Okay, and he was very frail. He was very tall, obviously. Obviously, you can see his cranium was much bigger. So he probably had some, who knows, some Nephilim blood. But he was very frail. He died in his early 20s. Why is that important? Because gigantism is not the Nephilim. The Nephilim were not just suffering from gigantism. First off, because the Bible tells you what happened. Sons of God came into the daughters of men. And later, the Nephilim are identified as giant beings that are very powerful and difficult foes. Okay, Robert Wadlow wouldn't be able to carry a piece of armor that weighed 90 pounds and a spear that was 12 feet long. He wouldn't be strong enough. And yet, all the giants that people do describe are very well proportioned. They have very high muscle mass. Their bones are very thick. They have 2 layers of teeth. They sound frightening. They look totally different. So this is not the explanation for the giants that we see in history. Giants existed. Some of them are even, like 15 feet tall, even greater if you go back in time. So it's not gigantism. It is a supernatural situation, which again, we don't understand, but we do have a genetic precedent for it through the liger. The liger is a hybrid offspring of the male lion and a tigress. The liger has appearance in the same genes, but of different species. The liger is distinct from the opposite hybrid called the tigon, and is the largest known of all extant felines. They enjoy swimming, which is a characteristic of tigers, and are very sociable like lions. Notably, ligers typically grow larger than either parent species, unlike tigons. So ligers, if you know what a liger is, the ligers are huge. They are enormous. I wonder if it says how big they are. Yeah, size and growth. The liger is often believed to be the largest cat in the world. Males reach a total length of 3.6 meters, so not 10 to 12 feet, 10 to 12 feet almost, which is enormous, which means that they rival even the large male lions and tigers in length. Now, the reason they grow is because there is a gene that's not, what is the theory here? The theory is that there's a gene that is not controlling the growth. And the reason that is because you have two different animals. You have a tiger and a lion, a male lion with a female tiger. Well, the gene that inhibits the growth of the lion in a lioness, like if a male lion has babies with a female lion, the gene in the female lion, there's a gene that controls how high or how big the offspring gets. But that gene doesn't exist in the female tigress. It's dormant or whatever. And when they cross-pollinate, it leads to like unrelented growth. And that's why the ligers are usually just in captivity, because they're just so big that they just get fed and, they're whatever. They're just fun animals. They wouldn't actually survive in the wild because they're too big. Probably would starve to death because they need too many calories. But nonetheless, ligers, and I think they're sterile too. I might be wrong by that. But anyway, there's a genetic precedent for ligers are not frail. They're very muscular, very huge animals. So there's a genetic precedent that we see, at least one, where there's an illicit union. There's some genetic thing that happens that leads to a gigantic situation. So there's a biological precedent, and that means that there is something also maybe possible with human beings as well. So, conclusion, there's overwhelming evidence from around the world. Every part of the world has both stories about giants and archaeological proof that there's giants. These giants were very much powerful and often cannibals and wicked most of the time. They were very involved with the cult. They were very advanced. They had 6 fingers, 6 toes, 2 rows of teeth, red hair often, pale skin. They had certain characteristics. They were very violent. They were worshipped possibly as demigods. And except for the red hair, all of this is consistent with the Bible. Do you understand? So the historical record confirms the Bible. Now, really quick note on the ancient alien agenda psyop. It's very popular to believe that these giants, or I should say these aliens, whatever, came from space to deliver, secret knowledge and so on and so forth. But if you understand that that's not what the truth is, we don't live on a heliocentric model. The heliocentric model is a lie, and especially in the last 500 years, it's been weaponized. It's an old lie, but it's been weaponized recently because we're at the end. If you understand that, then ancient aliens is nonsense. It's just another version of the ancient angelology, people worshiping angels and genealogies in the modern age with sci-fi and, various tribes of aliens and advanced cultures that are trying to give us information and, the good aliens versus the bad aliens, all this just nonsense. But if you know the truth about the earth, this stuff just evaporates because it's just smoke and mirrors. But a lot of people often get lost with this stuff with the New Age, ancient aliens and Pleiades, Pleiadians, reptilians, all this kind of stuff. And it combines a lot of this mythology. So I hope that you're not going to be deceived because, again, these things are designed to take your attention off the truth. There's some truth to it. These cultures did experience advanced, gigantic beings. Some of them potentially came from heaven in various vehicles, but that doesn't mean they're aliens, doesn't mean they're from a different planet. They had every reason to deceive those people. because they came to be worshipped as gods, which is what you will see next. So, really quick break for me, and then off to the final leg of this, which is the significance of Mount Hermon. All right, well, welcome to the final stretch of this. It's been quite a marathon. I really wanted to put all this into one episode because I don't want to do a series on the Nephilim, but I do want to make it comprehensive as usual so that you are armed with the truth. Now, the final part of this is the significance of Mount Hermon. And Mount Hermon supposedly is where the Watchers came down. It's a real place on Earth, and according to the Book of Enoch, that's where they came down. The Bible doesn't tell you that specifically, but there is some evidence that seems to suggest that's the case from other places in the Bible, that there is a spiritual significance to Mount Hermon. And you'll see what I mean by that. But there's a lot of obsession with Mount Hermon in the occult, in secret societies. It's also very interesting in other things in the Bible, which, like I said, we'll touch on towards the end of this. There's definitely something going on with Mount Hermon. Now, I want to read to you a commentary, or I should say really just various verses from the Book of Enoch and Legends of the Jews. It's a midrash to understand what we're dealing with. This is 1 Enoch 6, verse 2. And again, take it, eat the meat, spit out the bones. And the angels, the children of heaven, saw them and desired them and said to each other, "Come, let us choose wives from among the humans and father his children." This is commentary basically on Genesis 6. Now, it adds for you, "And Semyaza, their leader, said to them, I fear that you will not actually agree to do this, and I alone will have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all replied to him and said, Let us all take an oath and all bind ourselves with a solemn promise, not to abandon this plan, but to carry out this act." So they took an oath of some kind. "And there were in total 200 who descended on the summit of Mount Hermon in the days of Jared, and they named it Mount Hermon because they had taken an oath and bound themselves with solemn promises there." 200, keep that in mind. Legends of the Jews, Midrash, the fall of the angels. Now again, this is outside of the Bible, but it's historical and it's interesting. "The depravity of mankind, which began to show itself in the time of Enoch, had increased monstrously in the time of his grandson Jared, by reason of the fallen angels. When the angels saw the beautiful, attractive daughters of men, they lusted after them and spoke, We will choose wives for ourselves only from among the daughters of men, and beget children with them. Their chief Shemyazai said, I fear me you will not put this plan of yours into execution, and I alone shall have to suffer the consequences of a great sin. Then they answered him and said, We shall all swear an oath, and we will bind ourselves separately and together not to abandon the plan, but to carry it out through the end." Of course, there was a plan, as you'll soon see. Some fascinating archaeological evidence. 200 angels descended to the summit of Mount Hermon, which owes its name to the very occurrence because they bound themselves there to fulfill their purpose on the penalty of Harem anathema. So the Mount Hermon is all about the oath that the fallen angels took. Now, Mount Hermon is also, if you look it up, what's the place? It's on the 33rd parallel. Of course, the number 33 is very much associated to secret societies. There's 33 steps in the Scottish Rite, I believe, Freemasonry. 33, numerology, they love their 33. So you know what that's all about. There's also this, which up here we got to do our headphones to watch some great conspiracy theory stuff. Here we go. And I did put the sound on. My bad. Here we go.
What would you think if I could take you to a place where the 200 fallen angels built a boardroom for them to all meet? It would have to be at the top of a finished pyramid, at the end of a pointed sword, with a phoenix right there into...
This is, by the way, in Astana in Kazakhstan. Very strange place. I covered the pyramid, actually, in my ecumenism episode. But they have a pyramid there in Astana, which if you rescramble those words or letters, what do you get? You get Satana, you get Satan. Very strange place. But just like with Washington, D.C., where they have all those occult symbols on the plan of the city, this has a sword, and this pyramid is just weird.
To the front yard. And if you clicked inside of it, it would have a round table where they could all meet together, all 200 of them. And if you go right inside the Palace of Peace and Reconciliation, I'm going to show you their boardroom.
Palace of
all
Peace.
200 delegates meet right here in the top of this finished pyramid. It's one of the only finished pyramids I've ever seen in my life. And if you click on that little mark right there, it's going to take us down inside that hole. And that's what's underneath the Palace of the Peace and Reconciliation, where the 200 fallen angels meet.
Reconciliation between whom, I wonder?
That sun shines right through the middle of that table that holds 200 people, and it goes all the way down to the middle of the floor in the basement, which is the amphitheater, and that's where all the people can meet. It says 200 seats for the world's religious meetings. Chapter 3 in Enoch 1.
So, this pyramid is really weird, basically. It's very obviously occult, and it's full of weird things like the light coming down from the top and 200 seats. I mean, come on. They're obviously playing to this. Now, you know that the occult is all about these types of things, and whether they're in communion with some of these beings, who knows? I wouldn't doubt it. It's certainly the case that they're being guided by Satan and Satan's escorts, but nonetheless, there's that pyramid. Now, this is the thing to take the note of. The second coming of Saturn, the Mount Hermon inscription. This is a thing that was found on Mount Hermon, which is fascinating. The work of archaeologists continues to confirm the account of the Bible. A new, just published translation of an inscription discovered about 150 years ago inside a temple on the summit of Mount Hermon adds more support for the theory that this entity, under a variety of names, i.e. Satan, has had a profound influence on human history and will play a devastating role before the final battle of the ages. In September 1869, a British military engineer and explorer named Charles Warren climbed the summit of Mount Hermon on behalf of the Palestine Exploration Fund. The PEF was founded in 1865 under the patronage of Queen Victoria. The society included some of the giants in the field of archaeology, such as Sir William Flinders Petrie, Claude yada yada, so on and so forth, who excavated Ur in the 1920s. It's no coincidence that many of these sent into the field had military training. By the second half of the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire was crumbling and the great powers of Europe had their knives out, ready to carve up its carcass. We've learned a lot about the ancient world from the work of men like Warren, Petrie, and Lawrence, but the British government collected useful intelligence at the same time. On top of Hermon, more than 9,000 feet above sea level, Warren visited an ancient temple called Qasr Antar, the highest man-made place of worship on the planet. Now, if you know that they love their high places, and this is the highest place, that should tell you something. It was probably built during the Greek or Roman period, placing its construction in the 3rd century BC at the earliest. Inside the temple, Warren found an artifact that had been overlooked by visitors for 2,000 years, a stela, a limestone slab about 4 feet high, 18 inches wide and 12 inches thick, with an inscription in archaic Greek. A later attestation of the sacred character of the Mount Hermon appeared in an enigmatic Greek inscription, perhaps from the 3rd century, which was found on its peak. According to the command of the greatest and holy God, those who take an oath proceed from here. That was what the original inscription was. Or I should say the translation. Because the inscription in Greek rather than in a Semitic language like Aramaic, Hebrew, Canaanite, or Akkadian, the stela can't be dated earlier than Alexander the Great's invasion of the Levant in the late 4th century BC. Scholar George W. E. Nicholsburg, who produced a modern translation of the Book of First Enoch and a detailed commentary on the book, connects the inscription to the Watchers of Genesis 6, whose mutual pact on the summit is described in First Enoch, which we just read in both the Enoch and the Midrash. The stela is currently in the possession of the British Museum, which it received from Warren in 1870 after some difficulty in wrestling the 2-ton slab of limestone down the mountain. For some reason, the stone wasn't unboxed until 1884, and then because of the questions over its origin, it wasn't translated until 1903. Renowned French Orientalists Charles Clement Ganu, who worked with Warren to obtain the Moabite stone, interpreted the Greek inscription this way, quote, "By the order of the God most great and holy, those who take the oath, hence." So something to do with by somebody's order, those who take the oath proceed. Like Nikolsburg, Clermont-Ganneau linked the stone to the Watchers' rebellion on Mount Hermon. So now we have a second witness. In fact, he devoted some pages to Enoch's account of the Watchers in the same edition of the Palestine Exploration Fund's quarterly report for 1903 and came to an eye-opening conclusion. Quote, "Now, whether justified or not, this popular tradition existed in ancient times. Mount Hermon was the mountain of the oath." You're going to see how all this ties together with Jesus and what he did at Mount Hermon, which is fascinating. In an early article, we discussed the Hurrians of Shechem who worshipped Baal-berith, Lord of the Covenant. It's possible that Baal-berith, the Lord of the Covenant worshipped at Shechem, was not the Indo-Aryan deity Mithra, but Baal-Hermon, that is the Lord of Hermon. And this is where things get interesting. Thanks to new research by our friend Dr. Douglas Hamp, we can connect the dots between Mount Hermon and the rebellion of the Watchers led by Semyaza, El, Dagon, and Enlil. Doug noticed that accepted translations of the Watcher's stone appear to gloss over a couple of words. For example, the text on the base of the stone, when it was displayed at the British Museum, reads the following. Warning, hence by the order of the God of those who do not take the oath. Probably, this is an inscription now at the British Museum that was initially written. Probably an oath before celebrating the mysteries of the temple on the summit of Mount Hermon, where this pillar was found. The god of Mount Hermon was Baal-Hermon. Judges 3, verse 3. Presented by the Palestine Exploration Fund in 1903. Now this is what they presented. So we've seen three translations of the inscription. Nikolsburg, according to the command of the great and holy God, those who take an oath proceed from here. Clermont-Ganneau, by the order of the God most great and holy, those who take the oath hence. And the British Museum, hence by order of the God, those who do not take the oath. That's their translation. That's not exactly a consensus, but the bigger issue Hamp contends is that the Greek transcription, on which those translations are based on is flawed. Words 5 and 6, bo and ho, I'm guessing, are mysterious, which could be why they were completely ignored by the British Museum and omitted by Nikolsburg and Baitiu as Baitiu, whatever. So basically there were words that they couldn't figure out what they meant. So they just glossed over them, and that's why they had a improper translation. But then other people have improved upon this to find something very interesting. So to compare, here's Nikolsburg's translation. It's in Greek, Doug Hamp's rendering, and they go with the Greek there, so I'm not going to read that. But rejecting the reading by Clermont-Ganneau and Nikolsburg, Hamp proposes to read bo as a Greek prefix meaning bull or ox or male cattle. He suggests that this fits with the bull imagery associated with Baal, Baal-Hadad, Baal-Hermon, the West Semitic storm god whose equivalent in the Greek pantheon is Zeus, which, of course, if you know, all these things are really just based on Satan. Trying to counterfeit God. I agree with Doug to a point. The bull prefix fits perfectly the context of Mount Hermon as a pagan holy site. However, the connection is not with Baal Zeus, but with the entity that we've been investigating, El. His chief epithet, Bull El, was so well known to the Hebrew prophets that we should read it in at least one and possibly two passages in the Bible. Hosea 8:6, certainly for who is Bull El, and Deuteronomy 32:8, the number of the sons of Bull El, a reasonable possibility. I don't think 32:8 is, I don't agree with that, because remember, this is the number of the sons of God, the angels of God. This is not Bull El, but anyway. The first one, Hosea 8:6, seems to point to the calf deity that the Canaanites were worshiping, that they called Baal. So what do we make of Batu? According to Hamp, the word is missing from lexicons, dictionaries, encyclopedias, scholarly sites, and journals. He concludes, Batu simply is not Greek. He does, however, propose an elegant solution. It's too long to reproduce here, which would not do Doug justice. I refer you to his book, Corrupting the Image 2, Hybrids, Hades, and the Mount Hermon Connection for details. In my opinion, Doug's detective work on the Mount Hermon inscription has drawn the first new information out of this artifact in more than 100 years. That's why we want to read about it. The summary is this. The Sumerian logogram BAD or BAT, depicted as two inward-pointing horizontal wedges, designated both Dagon and Enlil. The IOU suffix, Hamp argues, makes the transliterated ionogram standard Greek. Thus, Hamp's new translation reads, according to the command of the great bull god Batios, i.e. Dagon or Enlil, i.e. Satan, those swearing an oath in this place go forth. The author of this says, I agree, but with a small emendation. According to the command of the great bull El, those swearing an oath go from. So really quick to understand what's going on here. Batiou, there's a word that wasn't like, okay, what is this word? It's not in the Greek lexicons, it's nowhere. Meaning that it's probably a word that was created. It was Greekified from something else. It was a ionogram. Kind of like how you have a Christogram with like the Chi-Rho. Like Constantine had a Chi-Rho symbol, the P and the X, to represent Christ in Greek. Well, it's kind of similar like that, except it was that plus the ending of a Greek, IOU, to make it like a unique word referring to a particular deity, which in this case is this bull deity, this Dagon Enlil false god who gave an order to those who took the oath to proceed from here. That's how it all comes together, but we have a little more to read. His translation generally agrees with those of Nickelberg and Clermont-Ganneau. The important new connection Doug makes is identifying the Sumerian ionogram BAD or BAT with connected Dagon and Enlil to Mount Hermon, and thus to the Canaanite creator god El and the watcher chief Semyaza, meaning it's all the same type of person and entity. Recognizing the Bo prefix, bull, strengthens the identification of Dagon and Enlil as Bull El. It's also more evidence confirming this god's identity as Kronos, king of the Titans, but we'll deal with that in an upcoming chapter. Amar Anus, whose work is referenced throughout this book, was consulted by Hamp on this new translation of the stela. Anus, in his book on the Akkadian god Ninurta, confirms the link between Dagon and Enlil and the mountains. So now we have another researcher confirming the same link between all of these entities really being the same person. The name of Dagon is written logographically, K-U-R in Imar, an ancient city near the bend of the Euphrates, as an alternative to the syllabic Dagon. So there were like kind of acronyms that they would refer to these gods as. That's why there's this connection between the word Batiou on that inscription and this, deity. It's a Grecolized, I don't know what the word would be, but it's Greek by adding the IOU to an ionogram or a logogram, which is kind of like an acronym for a god. KUR is a shortened form of Enlil's epithet Kur-Gal, Kurgal, Great Mountain, which was borrowed by Dagon, and he is already described as a great mountain in a Mari letter. That in Imar there existed a cult for Dagon, as Kurgal, points to the awareness of Sumerian traditions concerning Enlil. It shows that some connection with the ancient title was preserved behind the common writing of the divine name as KUR, and leaves no doubt that Enlil is the model behind Dagon and Imar, meaning all these cultures really kind of, worship the same god, essentially. They're worshiping a false god, a pantheon of false gods. Given that the evidence shows that Enlil was imported to Sumer from the north and northwest, and that Mount Hermon was recognized as a sacred mountain in Babylonia as early as the time of the patriarch Jacob, it's possible that the great mountain epithet applied to Enlil and Dagon may be attributed to the god's connection to Mount Hermon. At the double meaning of the Sumerian word Kur, mountain or netherworld, add to this that the double meaning is likewise appropriate in the context of Hermon and its double deeps, which we'll come back to this with Jesus and Caesarea Philippi. There is a very interesting connection. Again, spiritual battle here going on with associations to the underworld. Of course, there is no underworld that you go to, but, associations to the netherworld through this mountain, Mount Hermon. This is reinforced by a text dated to the time of Israel's sojourn in Egypt, probably the 17th century BC. that mentions a king of Terca offering the sacrifice of Dagon. Scholar Luis Filiu compares this with a later text from Imar that mentions a Kur-en that we may translate as Dagon, Lord of the whole pit. Lord of the pit. Doesn't the Bible tell you about a Lord of the pit in Revelation? Apollyon. Goes by many names, folks. It's all one person. Then Filiu untangles the meaning of Harari and reaches an interesting conclusion. A different question is the interpretation of the term Harari. The vocalization is in A suggests identifying this word with Akkadian harum, water channel. However, the semantic and morphological similarity with harum, hole, makes it possible to understand the epithet, tentatively as Dagon of the pit. This interpretation could find confirmation in the following line in the text Imar, yada yada, in these various pagan texts. As yet, the term Abai has not been given satisfactory translation, and as its meaning is much discussed. One of the interpretations that has been proposed is pit, based on Hurian Abi. So it's the god of the pit that these people are worshiping. This is what you want to arrive at. You probably recognize the link to the Abi, the ritual pit of Kumarabi at ancient Urkesh, and the pagan worship of the underworld spirits and gods it inspired. Remember how they all worshipped false gods and convinced them into this false underworld religion, that you can be part of it too? The ancient Amorite text cites by Filiu connect Dagon to these necromantic practices and strengthen our theory that Dagon, Kumarabi, and Lil El and Asur are one and the same. We've covered a lot of ground in this section, but another important piece of evidence links this entity as Dagon to the Bible. It also comes from Imar, the city that's provided us with solid evidence to identify Dagon as Enlil, and it's reflected in the most important annual feast given by God to the Hebrews. This is where it starts to really get interesting. The pagan religious calendar in the ancient Near East featured a festival called Akitu that dates back at least to the middle of the 3rd millennium BC. It was thought to be a year of festival held in the spring to honor the chief god of Babylon, Marduk. But more recent discoveries have shown that there were 2 Akitu festivals, one in the spring, the harvesting season, and other in the fall, the planting season. Now remember, they didn't have spring and fall, they had just 2 seasons. Watch my lunar Sabbath episode. Learn the truth about the calendar. And some of them were performed to honor other gods. For example, the oldest known Akitu is documented at ancient Ur in Sumer, where that was the home of the moon god Sin. The Akitu festivals began on the 1st of Nisan and the 1st of Tishri, close to the spring of the fall equinoxes. They didn't have personalized name for months. Everything was around until Babylon. Very early on, we're talking with like Hebrews and Abraham and stuff. They just had times and seasons. So anyway, but these things began when the harvesting began, was the point. Although the length of the festivals changed over the years, it appears they generally lasted 11 to 12 days. So the Jewish festivals began a few days after their pagan neighbors finished their harvesting and planting rituals. You starting to see something? Sukkot is a 7-day festival. It's particularly interesting because of the sheer number of sacrificial animals required, especially because they were bulls. Numbers 29, 12 through 34 spells out the requirements for the Feast of Booths, and it gives you, how many days and so on that need to be sacrificed. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, which was likewise a 7-day festival, required only 1 ram and 7 lambs each day. But the biggest difference between these 2 feasts is that only 2 bulls were sacrificed each day during the Feast of Unleavened Bread. In fact, none of the other festivals ordained by God for Israel required the sacrifice of more than 1 or 2 bulls per day. This suggests that Sukkot was unique in the annual calendar. In fact, in several places in the Old Testament, it's simply called the festival or the feast. But why so many bulls at this particular feast? And why the decreasing number of bulls slaughtered each day? Let's find out. We may never know specifically, but it's fascinating and not coincidental, in my view, that Sukkot bears an interesting resemblance to a festival called the Zukru, attested during the time of the judges at Imar. Remember, these are the pagan festivals now that they were celebrating. On the month of whatever, meaning head of the year, on the 14th day, they offer 70 pure lambs provided by the king for all the 70 gods of the city of Imar. So these pagans were offering 70 lambs for all the 70 gods of this pagan pantheon that these people were worshiping. 70 lambs for the 70 gods of Emar, headed up by Dagon, i.e. Satan, sacrificed over 7 days during a festival that began in the first month, when the moon is full, just like Sukkot. Pop quiz, how many bulls were sacrificed at Sukkot? Well, if you add them all up, there's 70 bulls, which is very interesting. Dagon's underworld connection as the Bel Pagra, Lord of the Corpse, or Lord of the Dead, links this identity to El Baal Hermon, Lord of the Mountain, that towers over Bashan, which is believed to be the entrance to the netherworld. We're going to come back to this with Jesus and Caesarea Philippi. Dagon was worshipped as the father of the 70 gods, i.e. the complete set, or all of them, in the same way that El held court on Mount Hermon with his consort Asherah and their 70 sons. So every culture had their own little mythology, but it was always about these 70 gods, principalities that were headed up by, one particular principality. Was this a coincidence? Dr. Noga Ayal-Darshan of Israel's Bar Ilan University thinks not. In light of the Emorite custom, I would like to propose that the law in Numbers 29 prescribing the offering of the 70 bulls during Sukkot, which has no parallel in any other Israelite festival, reflects the old Syrian custom of, just scroll to the side, of offering 70 sacrifices to the 70 gods, or the whole pantheon, at the grand festival celebrated in the month of the new year. I would go further. In light of the 70 sons of God allotted to the nations after the Tower of Babel incident, which matches the number of the names in Genesis 10's Table of Nations, God's requirement of the 70 sacrificial bulls during Sukkot was a deliberate message to the Israelites, a reminder that he delivered them from the gods of the nations. It was also a clear message to the rebellious Elohim, both the watchers who descended on Mount Hermon and the group placed over the nations after Babel. This is what's in store for you. Whew! Isn't that awesome? I know we took a lot to read that, but you had to get the context. So now let's put this together. We have a few more things to look at. We'll put it together in just a second. This is another paper by a different person. Actually, it's by Douglas Hamp, which this paper was citing. It's called At Satan's Command, a new translation. And you can see he documents this stele and the various things that were not understood before, and so on and so forth. But there's so much of this that's very fascinating, because ultimately, there's one more thing I want to show you, actually, which is this Caesarea Philippi, the gates of hell, which is a place that Jesus went to with his apostles, and this Caesarea Philippi is Mount Hermon. Caesarea Philippi, which stood in a lush area near the foot of the Mount Hermon, was a city dominated by immoral activities and pagan worship. Caesarea Philippi stood only 25 miles from the religious communities of Galilee, but the city's religious practices were vastly different from those of the nearby Jewish towns. In the Old Testament, the northeastern area of Israel became a center for Baal worship, Baal Hermon. The nearby city of Dan, Israelite King Jeroboam built the high place that angered God, and eventually led the Israelites to worship false gods. Eventually, worship of the Baals was replaced with worship of Greek fertility gods. Caesarea Philippi, which stood in the lush area near the foot of the Mount Hermon, became the religious center of worship of the Greek god Pan. The Greeks named the city Panias in his honor. Years later, when Romans conquered the territory, Herod Philip rebuilt the city and named it after himself. But Caesarea Philippi continued to focus on worship of Greek gods. In the cliff that stood above the city, local people built shrines and temples to Pan. Interestingly, Jesus chose to deliver sort of a graduation speech to his disciples at Caesarea Philippi. Everything he does is intentional. In that pagan setting, he encouraged his disciples to build a church that would overcome the worst evils, the gates of hell. To the pagan mind, the cave of Caesarea Philippi created a gate to the underworld where fertility gods lived during the winter. They committed detestable acts to worship these gods. Bestiality, orgies, all kinds of stuff. Caesarea Philippi location was especially unique because it stood at the base of a cliff where spring water flowed. At one time, the water ran directly from the mouth of the cave set in the bottom of the cliff. The pagans of Jesus' day commonly believed that their fertility gods lived in the underworld, during the winter and returned to earth each spring. They saw water as a symbol of the underworld and thought that their gods traveled to and from that world through the caves. To the pagan mind, then, the cave and spring of water at Caesarea Philippi created a gate to the underworld. They believed that their city was literally at the gates of the underworld, or the gates of hell. In order to entice the return of their god, Pan, each year the people of Caesarea Philippi engaged in horrible acts, including prostitution and sexual interaction between humans and goats. When Jesus brought his disciples to this area, they must have been shocked. Caesarea Philippi was like a red light district in their world, and devout Jews would have avoided any contact with the despicable acts committed there. It was a city of people eagerly knocking on the doors of hell. Jesus brought them right there. Jesus' challenge. Jesus presented a clear challenge with his words at Caesarea Philippi. He didn't want his followers hiding from evil, rather he wanted them to storm the gates of hell. Standing near the pagan temples of Caesarea Philippi, Jesus asked his disciples, "Who do you say that I am?" And Peter proclaimed, "You are the Son of the living God." The disciples were probably stirred by the contrast between Jesus, the true and living God, and the false hopes of the pagans who trusted in their dead gods. Jesus continued, "You are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. And the gates of hell will not overcome it." Though Christian traditions debate the theological meanings of these words, it seems clear that Jesus' words also have a symbolic meaning. His church would be built on the rock of Caesarea Philippi, a rock literally filled with niches for pagan idols where ungodly values dominated. Gates were defensive structures in the ancient world. By saying that the gates of hell would not overcome it, Jesus suggested that those gates were going to be attacked. Standing as they were at a literal gate of Hades, the disciples may have been overwhelmed by Jesus' challenge. They had studied under their rabbi for several years, and now he was commissioning them to a huge task, to attack evil and to build the church on the very places that they were most filled with moral corruption, to spread the gospel in the hardest places. Jesus presented a clear challenge with his words to Caesarea Philippi. He didn't want his followers hiding from evil. He wanted them to storm the gates of hell. Fascinating thing, which again, if you understand that Caesarea Philippi was Mount Hermon, if you also understand that the transfiguration, where Jesus revealed who he is, and the Father and the two witnesses were testifying of him as the Son of God, where did he do that? That was on Mount Hermon, where the transfiguration happened. That was very intentional, folks. Mount Hermon coming with the apostles to Caesarea Philippi and declaring basically war against the gates of hell. All of this is very intentional. When Yahweh in the Old Testament had Sukkot and basically had them sacrifice 70 bulls, and the timing of the festival was right after the pagan sacrifices, i.e. God has the last laugh, and this is a message to all you rebellious watchers. It's interesting because there's two groups of watchers there. There's the one who basically, came down initially in Genesis 6, and then there's the ones who were allotted the nations after the Tower of Babel incident, which again seems that there's rebellion there as well. Either way, God is sending them a very deliberate message. My plan of salvation is going to be revealed, and this is going to be you pretty soon. So this idea of a spiritual battle has been going on for a very long time. But God has taken his time to reveal himself and to reveal his power because there are many things that needed to be revealed. The Messiah needed a long proof of history to show you that he is the Messiah by having ample pictures and prophecies that he would come. So there were many things that God had to do step by step in order to reveal his plan. And during that time, while God wasn't exercising dominion, of course, God is completely sovereign, but he allowed them to rebel. Do you get it? He allowed them to rebel. Go ahead, do this thing. I'm going to demonstrate my plan through your rebellion and show everybody, show all of creation who is boss, basically. So the conclusion to all this is that there is much more to Mount Hermon than people like to admit or realize. There's a spiritual aspect. Of course, you can get lost with, secret society stuff like that video with the Palace of Peace or whatever. And, who knows? But ultimately, there is more to Mount Hermon than meets the eye. The evidence confirms that this was a very significant place for pagan worship, which ultimately they're worshiping the devil and these false principalities. The Old and the New Testaments show that God was intentionally making signs as a declaration that he's going to destroy this system. Through the Sukkot festival being timed right with the pagan ones right after them, and pointing to the 70 gods that are going to be destroyed. Through Caesarea Philippi, through the declaration of war there, through the transfiguration, and demonstrating his power, and all these other things that were done. Hermon has that stele, the stone that was engraved with a very specific command from a being that is commanding these watchers to proceed forth after taking the oath. Now, of course, given everything, we know that that being is probably Satan. That's being deceived the watchers, probably, to basically say, now look, I'm going to preface this. In my episode number 4, I talk about these things quite a bit. But the question is, what's the motive, right? Well, the motive is very simple. Satan had several motives. First off, Satan's lie is that you can be like God. That's what he believes about himself, that he is God and that you can be like God. That's Satanism. And so very likely he didn't just lie to Adam and Eve. He probably lied to these angels. He lied to them and seduced them to rebel with the promise of having their own share of the earth, by being worshipped as gods, by having human offspring that have legal right to the earth. Because remember, Adam and Eve were given legal right to the earth. So by having their own offspring, they could have legal right to the earth. And of course, the Nephilim are much stronger than regular human beings, so they could dominate the earth. And that's what happened. The antediluvian world was an advanced world, very likely advanced, that was a worldwide NWO network of pagan worship. It was full of giants. They were overpowering humanity. Humanity had become corrupt anyway. And the people were worshiping false gods. I mean, it was totally corrupt. So that was the motive. And of course, God cast judgment on them. But, this was the deception, was that you could be like God. You could be worshipped. You could have control of the earth. And also probably because Satan was given the prophecy of the Messiah right after the fall. And so he probably wanted to corrupt the bloodline of humanity to prevent the Messiah from being born in some way. It says that Noah was pure in his generations. But of course, there were Nephilim after the flood too. So the question is, did that happen because there were more rebellions, or did the Nephilim genes get transferred somehow? Were the wives of some of these people in Noah's clan that came on the boat, did they have some Nephilim blood? Who knows? I mean, these things are speculations. We do know that there were giants after the flood and before. So, with all that said, final thoughts. I hope that this has been edifying for you. I know it's been quite a lot of content, but my goal is to give you everything on this topic so that you can really walk the narrow road, because it is a very enticing and deceptive area of study. So what can we take from all this? Well, there is a spirit world. It's very elaborate. It has hierarchies of various kinds. There's different kinds of spiritual beings. We get glimpses of that through various things like, the things that we looked in the Bible with various visions. We can't be part of that spiritual world in any sense of the word. We are here on earth, but we can have spiritual experiences, and this is why people got deceived. The spirit world has, different kinds of creatures like demons and spirits and archangels and seraphim and cherubim, all kinds of things. We see spirits carrying out judgments and errands for God. So it's a very elaborate world, very elaborate system. But again, God doesn't reveal everything about that for a reason, because the Bible is not about the spirit world. The Bible is about Jesus. The Bible does give us evidence that these beings, some of them were servants and messengers, and they have the ability to look human, indistinguishable from human beings. And that these beings, some of them left their position of authority and rebelled and decided to come on the earth and become their own gods. And this created supernatural offspring, which there's plenty of evidence for. Again, it's not entirely clear how these beings came to exist after the flood. I don't think it's fruitful to try to spend hours and hours trying to speculate on why there are giants after the flood. It doesn't matter, folks. The Bible points you to God's power in overcoming evil. That is the point. That is why God even allowed such things to happen. There's nothing that's happened in history that God has not allowed and decreed. Because, again, God has decreed the history and the world for his glory. Everything that he's allowed to happen, he will use or has used to reveal his glory, either as a savior, as the God of the universe, as the all-powerful, as the Most High, go on and on. Everything that's happened, he has used for his glory, or has yet to use. Either way, it's all for his glory. So these things, ultimately, if they don't lead you back to the glory of God, you're missing the point. Now, where people get deceived with this is obsessing over angel names and genealogies and who did what and what angel did this and what angel did that, like the Book of Enoch. This is taking the Book of Enoch too much. People take it as canon, as inspired scripture, when it's clearly not. It really isn't. And if you don't agree with me, then do the research, man. The Book of Enoch is not canon. It's not inspired. It's historical. It can be interesting. We can consider it in terms of as just a historical, narrative, because it does confirm the things that the Bible says. But when it takes you off the narrow road, that's when you should perk up your ears, because a lot of this stuff is associated to hidden knowledge and Gnosticism. Another way people get deceived is appropriating this whole Nephilim thing to secret societies, bloodlines, conspiracies, the end times, like with Nelson Waters and his whole Nephilim theory, believing that the alien agenda is real and that there's these aliens guiding the fate of humanity. It's not God who's guiding it. Believing New Age narratives, Metatron, Pleiadians, whatever. Angelology, obsession with the supernatural, mythologies, all these various angels. I know like Eastern Orthodoxy is super obsessed with angels and saints and so on. But, it's not just Orthodoxy. This has been around since the beginning of time. The Bible warns you about these things. It's all to distract you from studying typology about Christ, because the Bible points you to Christ, to distract you from understanding the end times properly, to distract you from understanding the gospel. And part of the gospel, remember, is understanding that you are totally depraved, that you cannot make a free will choice to God. And as a result, you need a savior. And God is the one who completes that work. But if you can be convinced that all of the evil of humanity is because of a ragtag renegade group of angels that plummeted all of this into chaos, then you can be taken a step away from total depravity. And then you can be convinced much easier of libertarian free will. And then you can be convinced maybe of some New Age stuff, maybe some, religion like Catholicism, whatever else. It doesn't matter. The devil just cares you're not on the narrow road, folks. So you have to understand this is just incremental deception to get you off the narrow road. So now that you know the truth, don't let people distract you with crazy AI images. I know I'm guilty of that too a little bit, but these videos about angelology, all the sensationalism, but rather learn to focus on the truth and on the substance. Again, if these things aren't pointing you to the truth, to marveling at God's power, at his glory, then you haven't gotten all the way yet. Because the goal of the devil is to stop you with the mythology so you can go into the weeds and worry about mythological stuff. But we have to focus on the substance, and that substance is Christ.